Check, check. Good morning, everyone, and welcome, and thank you for your attendance here today. We really appreciate it. This is a meeting and a hearing of the Senate Subcommittee on Gas, Electric, and Transportation Safety under the Standing Senate Committee of Energy, Utilities, and Communications. I'm Jerry Hill. I'm the chair of this subcommittee, and I'd like to start first by thanking the great city of Santa Rosa for their hospitality and for hosting us today. We really appreciate the accommodations and the great warm feeling that we've received here. I'd also like to thank you, the members of this community, so greatly impacted by the wildfires this past fall. And thank you for welcoming us here. You're the reason we are here today. Last week marked the 100th-day anniversary of the tragedy and devastation that hit this community. And we will not forget this in Sacramento as we work on reforms in the coming months ahead and years ahead. And we will work to help identify and hold accountable any entity found responsible for these devastating fires. I want to thank your elected representatives for co-hosting this hearing today. You have outstanding legislators in Sacramento working on your behalf every day. Senators Mike McGuire, Senator Bill Dodd will be here shortly. Certainly Assembly members Jim Wood, Mark Levine, and Cecilia Aguilar-Curry. And the local representatives from the city of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County who may be here, and I know Senator McGuire will be introducing them in his opening comments. When we heard reports that electrical equipment might be involved where the fires in your community had started, we knew there needed to be a thorough examination of why this occurred. While CAL FIRE and the CPUC investigations into the cause of the fires are ongoing, these reports do beg the question: are utilities and regulators doing enough to ensure the risks associated with our electrical equipment are properly managed? Over 2 years ago, this subcommittee held a similar hearing examining the 2007 San Diego fires and the 2015 Butte County fires in Amador County. And at that time, the answer was no, not enough was being done. So today we turn our attention once again to the recurring issue of utility wildfire prevention. Electrical power equipment causes hundreds of fires each year in California. These fires can be exacerbated by drought, dry vegetation, and California's strong winds. In 2007, a series of power line ignited wildfires aided by the Santa Ana winds scorched Southern California and San Diego County. In 2015 in Butte County, one of California's most destructive fires was caused by contact between a tree and a power line. And last year, the fire siege brought some of the deadliest, most destructive and largest fires in California's history, some of which may have been caused by power lines. While the root cause of these fires is still under investigation, what I hope to get out of this hearing is information on whether or not utilities and state regulators are doing the best they can to prevent future fires. With extreme weather events becoming the new normal, are vegetation standards and line inspections enough? Should utilities begin de-energizing power lines during high winds? What's the right balance between public safety and service interruption? This hearing will bring to bear if we're doing enough to mitigate the risks of power lines, and will provide us with the opportunity to hear from you about your questions and concerns surrounding our electric infrastructure. Now I'd like to open this up to our committee members for their comments. We'll start with Senator McGuire. Welcome. You represent this beautiful district. Senator McGuire.
No, thank you so much. I know I could speak for all of us on the panel here today about how grateful we are for Senator Hill's work. Senator Hill isn't just showing up here today. He was active and engaged during the peak of the firestorm. And I just want to say thank you so much, Senator, for your work, for sharing your expertise, which you saw, different situation, but what you saw in San Bruno and how that has helped all of us to be able to recover and rebuild. And we're grateful for your work. And I also want to acknowledge both Assemblymember Levine, Assemblymember Wood, Assemblymember Nightjar-Curry, and of course Senator Dodd for their unified front. Assure you, there is a unified front focused on making sure that the North Bay receives the resources to be able to rebuild stronger than we were before. And in fact, today we are all convening our monthly working group with the County of Lake and Mendocino, along with Sonoma and Napa, to ensure that each county is bringing forward the infrastructure projects and the funding needs so that we can work this issue within the state budget. And again, I can't say enough good things about the individuals who are up here today and for the teamwork that has gone into this. Thank you so much, and honored to be able to work with all of you. Would like to be able to introduce two individuals from the County of Sonoma. We have Supervisor Hopkins, who is here today. Thank you so much, Supervisor, who represents the West County as well as the Roseland area here in Santa Rosa. And then we have a representative from Supervisor Zane's office as well. Thank you so much to Michelle Whitman, who is here. Assemblywoman Nightjar-Curry will introduce here some representatives from the County of Napa in just a bit. Mr. Hill, just very quickly in regards to some opening comments.
Of course, absolutely.
I don't think there is a day that goes by that all of us come close to tears. This has been the worst disaster that it has hit our region in our history. But I have to say, I have never been filled with more hope and pride from bringing from the North Bay, because we are all working together to ensure that this community and the communities around us rebuild stronger than ever. The size and scope of wildland fire events in this state are only getting worse. And the Golden State is truly facing a new normal when it comes to wildland fire events. And I do want to acknowledge the gentlemen in white who are here today from CAL FIRE, because they have done a phenomenal job, not just during the firestorm here, but during the Valley Fire in 2015, the Clayton Fire in 2016, and also acknowledge all of our local firefighters as well. 2017 was an unprecedented year for wildland fire events in California. The North Bay firestorm is now ranked as the most destructive and deadly in American history, with 44 lives lost and some residents still missing. We also saw the largest wildland fire in our state's history with the Thomas Fire in Southern California and the mudslides that followed, tragically killing 21 residents. As we look to this new normal here in California, we need to ensure and we need to make a promise to residents that wildfire prevention is on top of everyone's list. And what that means is the legislature, the governor, and all utilities must be focused on preventative actions to ensure that wildland fires, like what we have seen here in Sonoma County and throughout our region, never happen. The state of California must develop modern wildfire prevention strategies. And this isn't just focused on issues of utilities, but that is an important area. We need to ensure that we are developing modern standards for emergency alerts as well. But now what we know is that the bottom line is that what we've always done will no longer work in the 21st century. Thousands of North Bay residents have lost their homes and businesses, and many escaped these devastating fires with nothing but the clothes on their backs and their families' safety. And while there is an active fire investigation taking place, there is absolutely no way that residents who are suffering from this massive tragedy should ever pay for a corporation's potential negligence. As we saw and we just heard from Senator Hill, in November, the CPUC unanimously declared that San Diego Gas and Electric cannot pass along to ratepayers $379 million of uninsured costs of the 2007 San Diego wildfires. It's simply unconscionable. that if there is negligence confirmed, ratepayers should have to pay for hundreds of millions of dollars in damage costs that were suffered because of negligence. And I want to point out there is an investigation currently taking place right now, and I think we need to let that investigation to the North Bay firestorm play out. I'll end it here. Just really grateful to Senator Hill to be working with you on your important piece of legislation to prevent costs from negligence being passed to consumers. And I look forward to working with all of you and appreciate all the work and all of you for your work here in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We'll go to Assemblymember Aguiar Curry.
Thank you, Senator Hill, for putting this together. We appreciate your including me today. Obviously, this is a very tough time for all of us. We're working really hard. I want to assure you that at the Capitol, we are working on this day and night. And who would have known we were trying to figure out the entire process that we're going to be going through. I just wanted to acknowledge someone that was very instrumental during this period of time for Napa. It was two people that are here today. First, I want to acknowledge Supervisor Belia Ramos. She was the chair during that period of time. She worked relentlessly, making sure the information got out to our Latino community. So thank you very much for attending today. It means a lot to us. As well as Molly Radigan, the Deputy County Executive Officer. And thank you again for attending. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I'd like to get this going. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we'd like to move to the great Assembly member who represents this wonderful community, Assemblymember Wood.
Thank you very much, Senator Hill, for convening this today. And while we were talking about the temperature being a little chilly, you will never find a warmer community than this community. So welcome to our community. Cooperation we talked about. You heard a little bit about us here on the dais working together, the county, the cities. But I will tell you, one of the key group that's been really helpful for us has been our congressional delegation. The tireless work of Congressman Thompson, Congressman Huffman, helping us pull the resources together from the federal government. So we want to make sure that we give them a shout out and really express our appreciation for them. We know that power lines have been the cause of fires in the past, and we know that utilities do provide mitigation activities, such as vegetation management, to reduce the risk. But given the exploding increase in destructive wildfires, it's even more critical than ever that we know that utilities are doing everything possible to prevent them. The wildfires that occurred just months ago throughout Northern California and Southern California have devastated people's lives, whether it's losing a loved one, the home they raised their families in, the businesses that were the hearts of our communities and our economy. When we look at the role that utilities played in these horrific wildfires, we need to be sure they're following the very best practices and procedures. And if not, we need to ensure that they do in the future to protect families, businesses, and make sure everyone is protected. So I look forward to hearing the presentations today and continuing to work on this issue. I will note I was very encouraged to hear the governor speak yesterday about a forest management task force to look into how we can prevent these fires in the future. And I think that's a really critical step for us, and I look forward to hopefully opportunities for this group to work closely with the governor.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wood. Assemblymember Levine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to acknowledge your longstanding leadership. You didn't just come up to pay attention to these issues in October when we had the fire, but you've been paying attention to these issues for many years. You've had disasters affect your own community, and your steadfast commitment to this issue beyond your own community is one that's important to note, and I'm glad that we have you here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, this oversight is incredibly important, and when we look at the subject matter today, as has been noted, we have an investigation about the cause, and that is ongoing, and so there's no one that's on trial at this time, but we have people that are going to be providing testimony that have definitely experienced trials. For example, the changing climate that we're living in and the circumstances that can bring these disasters closer to our families, to our neighborhoods, that the firefighters that we depend on are dealing with this change, as well as difficulty in getting the resources that they need. And so we're thinking about ways to approach that differently, which I'm very grateful for. We also have a regulatory agency that has struggled to regulate the investor-owned utilities that they're charged to regulate. And so I'm grateful to have President Picker here to talk about the reforms that they've been making and how that approach will assist them to be able to look at these issues. And next we have on the agenda those investor-owned utilities, these IOUs, and they have inherited a system that has been in place for a very long time that was designed when we were trying to bring electricity to people throughout California many years ago, and to develop a transmission and delivery system that was unlike what we have today, and with a population much bigger, living across a much larger territory than when these IOUs were granted the monopolies that they have. And what's not being talked about today, it's not on the agenda, but something that we need to think about as we go forward, as we deal with combating climate change and all of the impacts that has for us and the changes in our state. Do we need to look at this model differently? Are IOUs or even municipal utilities that are not on the agenda today but are here in this room in a position to actually manage and steward these service lines in a way that they've been asked to do over the decades? Or is there a different model that we need to look at to make sure that we can make sure that our communities are safe? So long-term policymakers and regulators need to look at this and decide, make some decisions about how we can protect our communities in a way that we haven't been able to, if it's possible. So again, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for convening this, and I look forward to the presentations.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Levine. Timing is everything. Senator Dodd, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to start today by thanking Senator Hill for calling this hearing today and holding it right here in Sonoma County. I'd also like to thank Senator McGuire and our Assembly team for working on behalf of the wildfire victims since day one. Supporting victims and communities rebuild and recover is paramount. It's a long road, but working together, we will get there. At the same time, we need to take bold, concrete steps to prevent future fires and avoid harm. That's what we're talking about here today. You know, this hearing isn't to point fingers. We're here to identify best practices and needed reforms so we can prevent wildfires before they claim more victims. This year's fire season cost Californians tens of billions of dollars, destroyed thousands of homes, and tragically took dozens of lives. While I was forced to evacuate my home on the first night of the fires, I count myself very, very lucky. My home and family came through safely, but so many of my friends, neighbors, and loved ones were not so lucky. You can't see the fear and pain that these fires have caused and sit by idly and do nothing. We have a moral obligation to learn from the past and to act. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet, but we can do better. We must do better, and we will do better. As part of that effort, I introduced a bill earlier this month requiring the electric utilities to adopt comprehensive policies and procedures for determining how, when, and where to de-energize power lines during extreme weather events. SB 901 would ensure public utilities have a thorough plan that is reviewed by the Public Utilities Commission. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We know if we take a holistic look at fuel reduction, at sources of ignition, at building standards and emergency alerts, we will save lives. I hope that today we can see an earnest effort by utilities to generate and support real solutions, and we can have real reforms that are adopted, here in our state. And before I conclude, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the men, and we have this opportunity, but I don't know that we've done it that much, the men and women, regardless of what is found out about the fires, ignition sources, and everything, the men and the women that were present in Sonoma County and Napa County from PG&E that were there day in and day out, helping get our power back on in our communities throughout these wildfire areas was yeoman's work. I had the opportunity to visit one of those sites and flew over the other one. It was absolutely impressive, and the men and the women that work for PG&E every single day need to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dodd. And I do want to thank Senator McGuire for the time that he spent with me and when I came up, and the days we've spent in just surveying the landscape, and because you can't get a sense of the devastation unless you're standing in it. And so thank you, Senator McGuire. Before we begin with the opening public comments, we wanted to kind of change the agenda a little bit. And as you saw from the agenda, we're going to allow the public to make some comments initially to get a feel for their thoughts and issues that they may like to see discussed. But before we do that, I'd like to give Cal Fire Chief Ken Pimlett an opportunity to give his presentation on the 2017 fire season, since he has to get back to his first responder duties. Chief, welcome and thank you again. I know we chatted earlier, but I can't tell you how grateful we all are for the great work Cal Fire did and continues to do in protecting all of us life and property throughout California. Thank you. You've got a big job, and the test was there, and you passed it very well.
Thank you, Senator Hill, and thank you to all the committee members. And I have to tell you, first and foremost, that it was you and all of your peers that were directly engaged in this firefight and now the continuing ongoing recovery. We have never felt more support with the legislature, Congress, rolling up their sleeves and working with us to get work done to help the people in California. And quite frankly, never been more proud to be part of California than I was in the most challenging times last year. So thank you. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be moved up and rearranging the agenda. Literally, when I'm done here, we'll be going back to Sacramento to meet with our lead investigators on these fires. We've had a meeting scheduled for quite some time to get an update on the status of the cause and origin, and that was critical for me to not have to postpone that because obviously, as we've heard today, just how important that process is to everything we're going to be doing going forward. So thank you. We heard the governor talk about it yesterday in his State of the State. You've talked about it, at length in all of your opening statements this morning. 2017 was the most challenging, destructive, costly fire season, in California's history, really. 8 of the state's largest and most damaging fires occurred, within those last few years. Last year, the Thomas Fire in Ventura and Santa Barbara, as Senator McGuire said, was the largest fire in the state's history. We were facing a challenging fire season even prior to this October fire siege. About mid-year, about July, we were already experiencing a record number of fires and acres burned. We were well ahead of the 5-year average, just getting into the summer. Despite the rain precipitation that we had in 2016, conditions were still critically dry from 5 years of drought. Really what the precipitation did for us was create this significant growth of grasses, annual grasses, that fine flashy fuel, all over California, from the deserts of Southern California to the North Coast and the Central Valley and the foothills. That was the kindling. And once the precipitation left and the vegetation dried down, we were off to the races with fires throughout California. And that never stopped. And again, when we reached, where folks are often lured into is thinking that by the time we reach the fall months that we're past the critical part of fire season and, we're home free. And that's literally not the case in California. Our most destructive fires in this state have historically occurred in October and the fall months. So when this October fire siege kicked off, there were red flag warnings, fire weather conditions had been predicted. We collectively as a state and our federal partners, our local government partners had prepared for this. We'd moved resources, we'd staffed up additional resources, we had deployed, we were prepared. But I don't think anybody could be prepared for the conditions that surfaced in California on that night. that Sunday night, October 8th. And I've got a handout that I know I prepared, and I think it provides some great background information. I won't go into it in detail, but I want to hit some of the highlights that really paints the picture of what occurred, for folks. And it really started in that Sunday night. It's in the evening about 9:45 when, winds were surfacing across Northern California, from Redding to the Bay Area, from the Mendocino-Sonoma coast to the Sierras in Butte, Nevada, and Yuba counties. We had weather stations that were reporting winds in excess of 80 miles an hour in many locations, and often sustained winds to at least 50 miles an hour in many locations. So ultimately, numerous fire starts occurred in literally over a 48-hour window starting that Sunday night into the next day. We had over 3,600 911 phone calls to our emergency command center in St. Helena, one of 12 in our northern region. We had 172 fires reported, wildland fires reported, again, within the region, the areas north of Sacramento to the Oregon border. Command center, local government command centers, everyone was overwhelmed with 911 calls coming in for reporting this emergency. And as you all know, it literally was those first 12 to 24 hours were just rescuing people. Law enforcement, fire department, many others were just literally, people were scooped up, put into fire engines and taken directly to hospitals. It was obviously a firefight and a rescue operation for many, many hours. Ultimately, there were basically 18 large fires that resulted from these 172 starts, and it was centered in this area from Mendocino, Napa, Sonoma, and Lake, and then across into Butte, Nevada, and Yuba. But as the next several days unfolded, it really was centering on a number of key areas, and certainly right here in Sonoma County and Napa County, just to our east, were ground zero. And for example, the Tubbs fire, the fire that burned here into the city of Santa Rosa, it was literally 4 hours from the time the fire started until it had reached Highway 101 and had burned into the urban areas in the city of Santa Rosa. And that's literally moving at the pace of one football field every minute. And while that may not sound like a lot, but when you put that in terms of how do people get out from in front of that, two, how do firefighters have a fighting chance to get around that and contain it and protect structures. But that was the case of what was going on across this fire siege across the north half of the state. So the machine, the system that California is well practiced in, quickly ramped up. Again, we had pre-deployed many, many resources, but when you have multiple fire starts all occurring at the same time under 50-mile-an-hour wind conditions, that quickly overtaxes all the immediate resources there, and so we quickly organized resources and moved them into theater using the state's mutual aid system and brought resources in. But again, the challenges that we see within 4 hours, the Tubbs fire was really aligned with that Mark West Springs, that drainage coming down Mark West Springs, and ultimately with the community of Coffey Park sitting right there at the mouth of that canyon, and the winds being channeled following that canyon. This mountain wave that's referred to by weather officials literally channeled and intensified that wind to where this community was sitting at the mouth of a blowtorch. And when that fire hit the community, it went into buildings and it became an urban conflagration, and fires whirls and firestorm, and as the dynamics of wind and air and firebrands, hitting buildings and changing direction is a very dynamic, unique situation that one of the lessons learned will be how do we evaluate and look at what occurred in the fire dynamics there that we hope will help us in the future understand better fire behavior in those kinds of conditions. But this was clearly a situation that we quickly organized. CAL FIRE deployed 4 of its 6 incident management teams and broke up all of these 18, which ultimately became 21 fires under those 4 incident management teams so that we could manage, control, and get resources where they needed to be. We brought resources in not only from other parts of the state, but several times early on placed orders outside of California for additional resources. And ultimately on this fire, there were over 17 states and the country of Australia that provided resources to California, with ultimately over 1,000 fire engines, almost 200 bulldozers, and over 260 firefighting hand crews were deployed. In addition to CAL FIRE, we had 3 incident management teams, Type 3 teams, from local government and our partners helping and deal with the situations. As you recall, very complex situation and sensitive populations, Sonoma Developmental Center, very challenging incidents to take care of people and address all of that within that. Ultimately, 245,000 acres burned, and as you indicated, 44 lives were lost. 8 states of emergency, were declared, or 8 counties were included as part of the governor's states of emergency, and then ultimately a federal declaration bringing in all of the support from FEMA and the many other federal agencies. Ultimately, we worked towards containment on the fires, but as you know, that was just the beginning of the effort here that's ongoing, and that quick switch to recovery and rehabilitation, debris removal, all of those things for the whole of the community to put things back. And again, that continues to be the significant effort going on here. One of the post-fire issues that we have really been learning a lot about since the Valley Fire and the Butte Fire from 2015 is that emergency watershed assessment that we do, because as soon as these fires weren't even contained and we already had rain in the forecast, concerned about mudslides, debris flow, very aggressive effort to working not only here in Sonoma County, but with all of the impacted counties to identify those areas where we could put some mitigations in place to try to reduce the impacts if significant rain occurred, or if nothing else, provide warning and indicators when there were going to be debris flow or mud flow, that we could provide that notification and get folks out of harm's way. So that effort was ongoing and again continues as we go forward. But again, no stops were pulled out in the firefight. We've broken records in terms of the amount of fire retardant delivered on these fires from bases throughout the region, the amount of water dropped from helicopters. It was significant. And again, just with this effort of all agencies at all levels of government providing that response. For folks, maybe we thought we were done in October. And again, California, this changed, this new normal. Things are becoming more extreme. Fire season is year-round, and sieges are becoming more frequent and more intense. And that was proven out the first week of December. Again, red flag fire weather conditions set up over Southern California. Offshore winds in the Los Angeles inland areas, as well as Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. Very quickly, in our southern region, south of Sacramento to the Mexican border, beginning on December 4th, we had 122 fires break out across the Southland. Again, under Santa Ana wind conditions, dry offshore winds, rapid 60-plus mile-an-hour winds, and very quickly, again, many of those 122 fires were contained, but 6 became large damaging fires from Santa Barbara to San Diego County. We recorded relative humidities of 0 and 1%. And humidity is a key factor in fire spread and fire behavior, along with wind and fuel. And I've been doing this for a long time, and when I heard 0 and 1%, I literally thought there was something wrong with the instrumentation. But our firefighters were coming back from the field, getting the same weather readings that the weather stations were getting. And so it was very clear when we burned 31,000 acres in just a few hours on the Thomas Fire and the rates of spread, it was very clear that conditions were extreme. And we saw this. We literally, the red flag, the Santa Ana wind event lasted for 13 days in December, and that is a record for California. We're not aware of that in our knowledge, that we've had one for that long. And so what this all pointed towards is that we are literally seeing conditions that, yeah, we've had fires in December before, but conditions are becoming more extreme. Fires are burning at intensities that are much more intense, and these events are occurring more often, and they're lasting longer. And all of that, of course, is challenging our firefighting resources and to sustain this effort year-round. whether it's aviation or it's our resources on the ground, the fire engines, getting them maintained, or just the firefighters themselves and the stress it's placing on all of the system, from our local government firefighters, CAL FIRE, and our federal partners. So when all was said and done, again, the Thomas Fire became the largest fire in the state's history, at 281,000 acres. And so during this overall year in California, over 10,000 structures, homes primarily, were destroyed. 46 lives lost total between the two fire sieges, and that certainly included a CAL FIRE fire apparatus engineer on the Thomas Fire who died in that firefight. And so these fires are not just destructive, but they're certainly deadly. So as the 2017 year came to a close, we're still in fire season in Southern California, and the country is across parts of the Southwest. Still very dry, despite the rain that we're seeing, and here in Northern California. So it is a year-round fire season, and it has changed the landscape, and it has to change how we look at this going forward. And I think we heard Governor Brown say that very clear yesterday. You talked a lot about the cause and origin investigation, so I won't get into that much more, but understand that that is very important for us. At the very start of these fires, we had a team of over 30 investigators out looking at all of these. And you can imagine when you ultimately end up with, close to 30 fires that this team had to investigate, it's a lot of work, it's painstaking, and as you indicated, there's a lot at stake here for everyone with the losses, all of that. And so we absolutely have to get this right for everybody. So again, I'm going back this afternoon to get an update on that. We certainly want to get those done as quickly as we can so we can all use for you when it does come. It's CAL FIRE and our partners' expert and best work going forward to put together our best review of the cause and the origins of these fires. So again, there isn't anything more to talk about there yet. I appreciate where everybody is at with this, and we will get back with folks when we have that more information to share. But narrowing down to why you're here today, the CAL FIRE's role in working with the Public Utilities Commission, not only in the fire threat maps, but the many other things we're doing to work with the Commission and the utilities in reducing hazard and certainly reducing the impact of fire on the landscape. And certainly President Picker will provide great background today on the information and the work that's going on. You talked about the 2007 wildfires and the rulemaking proceeding that took place from there, and President Picker will certainly elaborate on that today. But I want to talk about, CAL FIRE has been a part of this process using our technical expertise to adopt these fire threat maps, and that's looking at the fuel hazard and risk out on the landscape, delineating boundaries and proposing boundaries for this new fire threat district where utility infrastructure and operations will be subject to regulations, and again, all with the idea of reducing fire starts or reducing the impact of fires when they do start. And these will incorporate fire hazards associated with historic power line caused information. We talked about the Butte fire from 2015. We're looking at all of those. And 2 ranks the fire threat based on the risks that the utility associated wildfires pose to people and property. So adjacency, wildland urban interface, all of that infrastructure, how it plays into protecting our built community. The primary responsibility for that map was delegated to a group of utility mapping experts known as the Peer Development Panel. And that oversight that experts provide, they're known as the Independent Review Team. And that's really the core of where this work has been done, which has led to so much of the effort that's going on. We recently CAL FIRE signed a memorandum of understanding with the Utility Commission because it was important for us to be closer together and engaging in not just this project, but many other public safety related activities where we can lend assistance with our technical expertise and the regulatory authorities and responsibilities of the commission. And so you'll see a lot more and hear more today about that role and involvement. But the biggest factor and what is ground zero here in Santa Rosa is the factor or the impact that wind has on wildland fires. And as we know, we talked about these micro winds, these climates, what happened in Mark West Springs is so key. And so the MOU working group has recently identified the need to develop a wind map. And we really look to that to see what comes from that and how that can better help us look at the impacts of wildland fire, particularly at a smaller scale or a finer scale, and help guide us going forward, not just here, but across the state as we look at fire and the risk going forward. So I want to close with, you heard the governor yesterday really talk about, painting the path forward. The forest management task force that he announced yesterday is going to be key. It's no accident that he brought that up in the beginning of his presentation, because we have been living this in California, and it is front and center. And looking at how our forests are managed and suggest ways to reduce the threats from wildland fires, all the tools to have better managed forests and protect the built environment that we live and work in. Today, the governor will certainly announce the cap and trade plan, where we will see the expenditure plan. But certainly, this legislature and this administration have been very committed to investing in fuels projects and forest health to continue the work that we're talking about. And I look forward to continuing to see more of that critical work. So much of what you're talking about here today plays right into this greater effort that's going on. And so again, thank you for the opportunity to open today, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chief, and appreciate that. And I've got a couple of questions, and I think others have a few before you leave, if we could. One you mentioned, and certainly we appreciate the hard work and the dedication of the investigation that's ongoing. Do you have a timeline of when your work in that would be completed?
So I'm certainly hopeful that, and again, I'll know more this afternoon as we get an update. Hopefully within the next several months, we'll be reaching conclusion on many of these. We'll certainly be looking at a flow basis, so I'm not looking to wait to have everything released at once. These are independent reports that will address each fire on its merits. The challenge we had was that many of the fires burned together. And so you have to go back and sort of start from the beginning and forensically look at that. You have to go back and forensically. We actually identified 6 more fires in the course of doing the investigation, because in the fog of the firefight that night, firefighters put fires out and moved on to the next fire. And it wasn't until we reviewed records that we indicated this fire even occurred. And so that means going back and looking at the cause and origin of those fires. And so it's a complex process to ensure we've taken account of all that occurred. But I can tell you the process is very well along, and we're following up on gathering additional information so that they can complete their report and ensure everything that they have clearly, if they're going to make an indicator in the report, that they've gathered all the information and evidence they need to back up what their findings are. And so I'm hopeful, again, without committing, but I'm certainly hopeful that this is months, not years, and possibly sooner. But we're certainly committed to getting this done.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. And do you feel, you mentioned and talked about obviously the interaction and the relationship between you and other agencies. Do you feel the state is doing enough to properly manage the risks presented by and posed by power lines?
I think that we've learned a lot in the last several years, the last decade, and you talk about what occurred, the fire sieges of Southern California in 2003 and 2007. We all learned a lot. The utilities learned a lot. So did the fire service in California. We've done a lot of work over the last 10 years. The regulations that we're talking about today are a key example of that. I think what's happened in 2017 is that it put us at an entire new playing field of the risk that's out there and what we need to look at. And I think that we need to continue the dialogue. A reason why we've engaged in an MOU and the reason that we're having the discussions that we are is that we need to continue to take lessons learned and move forward and employ those. And I think that's the key here, is we learned a lot in 2017 about wind events, about extreme fire behavior, and the risks that are out there in the built environment. And I think we now need to incorporate what we learned into this discussion going forward.
Do you think or feel that the utilities are doing enough?
I think we all have a role to play, and I think that we all need to look at where we need to be in this and see what more that we can do. As Senator Dodd indicated, my hats are off to the work that the utilities have done operationally in supporting the response to these incidents. We also engage with the utilities every day in our fire prevention education work, because this is a team effort to reduce the number of fire starts. We look at causes and origins. That's why we do it, so we can identify where the risks are and reduce that. But I think we all collectively have a lot of work to do going forward. Just as you said, there's the amount of risk out there. 95% of fires are started by people, and it's all sorts of causes. Utilities are just one of those. We need to continue working in all of those arenas to reduce the number of fire starts. But certainly working with the utilities, working together with us, we all have a lot more work to do to reduce this risk.
All right, thank you. I'm going to move questions, and I didn't know I wanted to go first. I know to Senator Dodd or Assemblymember Aguirre-Curry, or then we'll go to Senator McGuire.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make it quick and just some comments, and Chief, feel free to react as well. And I also want to introduce Fire Chief Gosner, who's here from Santa Rosa Fire Department. Thank you so much, Chief. He and his force literally saved this city, so grateful for all your work, sir. On the issue of operations, and I'm grateful that Senator Dodd brought that forward. I think the speed and force that PG&E came in after both the Valley Fire and on the North Bay firestorm is to be commended. They were here, they swarmed, and when you saw other utilities, non-electric or gas, they were the first. So I do want to say hats off truly for the hard work that they did, and to the hard working men and women. And I think that where I'm hoping that we're going to be able to focus is on that issue of proactive measures that we can take. In my own opinion, and I am not an expert, and Chief, you've been phenomenal, by the way, and not just saying that because you're in front of us. You really have been phenomenal. Is that I think that our state has 20th century technology and candidly resources with one of the biggest challenges that we're facing now in the 21st century. A couple items on that. Mutual aid. I think we are flat-footed on issues of mutual aid. We put in $42 million for CAL FIRE, $25 million for local government. That's a drop in the bucket. In 2016, we saw a record number of mutual aid calls being unanswered, over 6,000. And I think that we need to continue to focus on that. And I know that Senator Dodd's going to be very focused on it as the chair of a government organization. I appreciate his leadership on that. I think on the issue of utilities, while we may have learned, I think that this state needs to focus on what we can do on preventative and proactive measures, and whether that's at the PUC, and look forward to hearing from Mr. Picker, and thank you, sir, for being here. I think my only concern on the PUC side, and I know that Mr. Picker will address this, is the issue of time. At times when it goes through the PUC, it could be literally years. And this state does not have that much time to be able to enact proactive measures to be able to protect our communities in this new normal. The other item would say is, and I appreciate the governor's focus on forest health, but we are one event away in the Sierra from having an uncontrollable firestorm. And I think you said in a previous hearing, it's the worst, the potential worst crisis that would be in your career's history. You've had a lot of bad ones, but we have to move on that. The problem is, at times with the state, it's slow, and we have to act with urgency. And the only way to be able to act with urgency is, I think, the best use of an organization's mission is their budget. If it's a priority, organizations will fund it. And we have to move on funding mutual aid, advancing modern standards for emergency alerts, finishing the 911 system, advancing rules and regulations when it comes to proactive measures with utilities. We have to focus on that forest health, insurance. We have a system of insurance, and again, I know it's a different side, but it's all comprehensive. We're not prepared. And it's no fault of your own, as you've been advocating for additional funding, but I just bring that forward is because this new reality in Humboldt County in 2015, and Assemblymember Wood has talked about this often, is we had fires at Christmas time in 2015 in Humboldt County, which is one of the wettest spots on earth. And we have a firefighting force that's staffed very similar to like we were staffed in the early 2000s. again, not at all blaming the chief because he's been an amazing advocate, and so has California Professional Firefighters and Fire Chiefs Association and CAL FIRE's their firefighting force. But I think I just bring that up is it's comprehensive, and we need to move with a sense of urgency. And Chief, I don't know if you want to fire back at all.
I'll just keep it short. Ditto. What I say, basically, it's a comprehensive package that involves response, but it involves prevention, it involves land use planning. We need to engage with every tool in the toolbox, and we need to ensure that our ability to respond and engage in these disasters, wildland fire in particular, is meeting the current challenge we're facing. And we've got a lot of challenges there. But at the same time, we cannot lose sight of the fact, and the areas we have underinvested in for decades are these other components: fuels treatment, fire prevention, the pre-planning, land use planning. And those are always very difficult discussions to have because they cost money and it changes lifestyles. They're very local-based decisions, but it's key. We now know what can happen in Coffey Park. We had a fire burn there in the 1960s, only there weren't people. Now we've had a fire burn there with catastrophic results, and this could occur anywhere in the state. So we've got to, use that as a lesson learned and not make good decisions about everything and invest in discussions. State's committed to working with our local officials through land use planning to help us get to the next layer of our public safety elements or our safety elements of our general plans. Those are all things we need to be investing in so we have fire-safe communities going forward.
My last item, and I promise, I think we need to have a change of culture. There is a huge fight about spending money on the front end, but we are literally spending tens of billions of dollars on the back end after we've seen 6,000 homes burned to their foundation. It's unacceptable. And I think, and as Senator Doggy had said in regard to prevention, we have to change our culture and move towards funding preventative measures and a reactive measure when it comes to our firefighting force. So I
Agreed.
And I would hope as we're entering into a budget season that there is going to be a unified front on many of these issues, and we don't let politics or time get in our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGuire. And thank you again, Chief. We appreciate it. And we're looking forward to hearing from the rest of your staff a little later this morning. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. What we'd like to do now is open the microphones to some public comment, to offer some brief statements, to get some idea. This is your community, and no one knows it better, and also no one really knows some of the ideas, the thoughts, perhaps the questions you'd like us to address as the hearing moves on. So I'd like you to keep your comments to 2 minutes. We will be monitoring that. And so that's about 10 people if we can get this morning. We'll have public comment afterwards as well. So if you didn't get an opportunity, you will have that after. And I also want to note that there are note cards are currently available to those that wish to write down questions or comments you may have for us to ask the panelists who are here. We'll be happy to do that too. So raise your hand, and our staff will in the audience will hand you a card, and then pick that card up and collect it from you. So at the end of the panel presentations, we'll have another opportunity, as I mentioned, for the public to comment. So if you would, I guess we'll start on this side, please. Welcome and good morning.
Thank you very much. Hello to all. Deborah Taveras. Certainly, I want to talk about my concerns about the electric power grid. I had the opportunity to be down in San Francisco and go up into one of the PG&E buildings that has a weather central. So I certainly hope that their monitoring the weather that night will be looked at as part of your investigation. It was a rare opportunity to get up onto the 16th floor. Certainly I am concerned too that Pacific Gas and Electric is run by Rothschild, who is one of the global bankers globally, as well as Edison International. This should be very important to also investigate because there are plans. You can look at the Rothschild announcement to restructure the Northern Hemisphere, and this is on their website. They're setting up offices in Silicon Valley, and they are involved in restructuring through resilient policies. I'm seeing the word resilient all over Sonoma County now. a big, big billboard there where the fire jumped the 101 freeway. There's a word resilient. Well, I would invite everybody here to please look at resilient cities. Look at the fact that the resilient cities are being brought into North America by Rockefeller and Rothschild. And the controls over all of our resources are part of this resilient plan. You can't make this stuff up. It's on their website, and they're telling us very plainly. So what I'm most concerned about is that you will be blindsided by the very policies that you're not aware of or aware of. But I can only say that my experience in public forums and in attempting to be on community discussions has been met with the word consensus. And the only way that I was ever able to be on one of these controlled by facilitator boards was if I agreed to the definition of consensus. Everyone needs to look that up.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
your comments and for being here today. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, representatives of the people, city, county, and state. I've been asked to come here to represent the voices of the voiceless and to represent the unrepresented in our community. I know hundreds and hundreds of people, friends and family who have lost everything and are getting no satisfaction whatsoever. My background is in investment banking. I spent 25 years on Wall Street working as a research analyst, and I started looking into a lot of the people that are rebuilding the resilient city here and going through. And I've got a question for our representatives. And I'd like to ask Mr. Dodd, you said we're not going to finger anybody today, but then again, Representative Hill, you're saying we're going to get to the bottom of the liability. And I'm sorry, the representative, a worker for the public, hired for the public, Chief Pimlott, CAL FIRE, it's been over 100 days, sir, and there's still nothing to say about the 64 fires that started in 9 counties, not just a few. All started without any weather starting, okay? In LA, they had over 25 fires from Santa Barbara to San Diego, and not one person in the fire department can tell us how it happened. So I don't understand why we're getting into this. I also want to bring into the fact that Darius Anderson, the owner of the Press Democrat, tapped, he used the word, former FEMA ex, James Lee Witt. James Lee Witt runs a E6 visa program to bring in people for $500,000 to $1 million to bring in people overseas to rebuild. And their partnerships together in the Kenwood investments for Mr. Anderson to rebuild Treasure Island, $6 billion with Lennar Corp, one of the largest home builders. Now I'm asking you, why does someone who has a disaster capital profit that made over $18 million in the third quarter, Secor Holdings, DeWitt O'Brien, is being allowed in here to profit from these disasters? These are what the people would like to know. And I've got 10 more seconds. And you people, please look into resilient cities. They're rebuild cities right here, Agenda 21. This is what's happening to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could give us your name, which are appreciated. Sir?
I'm a representative of the people, as I stated, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Brian Ling. I'm a lifelong Sonoma County resident. I'm the executive director of an organization called the Sonoma County Alliance. We have 400 members of businesses, individuals, profits, nonprofits. And like probably every one of our members, my mother lost her home. So it's affected every one of us in the county, as everyone clearly knows. A couple messages I wanted to say today. One is, I know we're talking about not the response, but the response was tremendous by CAL FIRE and what we all know, PG&E. It took 9 or 10 days before we were permitted to go visit my family's property that we knew had burned but weren't positive. But by the time we were permitted in, the entire infrastructure had been replaced, all new poles, the old lines that were down were out. It was quite amazing. I drove by the response center on Stony Point Road pretty much every day. It was put together instantly, traffic well controlled, and when they left that area, within 24 hours of leaving, you had no idea they were even there. And it was an enormous site that PG&E put together. And I think a lot of people need to be commended for the response. My last comment is when we talk about best practices and new rules and regulations, I remember hearing similar to this in the Board of Supervisors chamber, I think it was 2014. PG&E had applied to the Board of Supervisors to trim greenery throughout the county under the transmission and distribution lines. And hearings like this, a lot of opposition. No, you can't cut the greenery. You can't cut the greenery. You can't cut the greenery anywhere. And that today, I think, led to maybe some of these problems. So my request is, if we're coming up with new business practices, let's get them in a mandate form so the special interests cannot stop them, and we do the right thing at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Appreciate it. Ma'am, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Letitia Hankey. I'm a local contractor. And about 3 years ago, I contacted PG&E about the problem of workforce development and how there's a lack of workforce for the trades industry. And our nonprofit started a program that are training 16 to 24-year-old youth in learning how to be in the construction trades and actually start a career in construction. And because PG&E partnered with us to do that, now our trainees are going to be part of the rebuild that is going to take place, spring and summer. And also our youth are learning how to install fire-resistant materials for our homes. 3 of our youths lost their homes. And now they have the chance to not only rebuild their homes, but also homes for everyone else in Sonoma County. And our contractors thank PG&E for that because we desperately needed workers to be able to build as quickly as possible. So I'm here today to thank PG&E for their partnership and for us to be able to continue to help this rebuild take place in a timely manner. So,
Very good. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Hunter Stern. I'm with the California Coalition of Utility Employees and IBEW Local 1245. We represent PG&E workers as well as utility workers throughout the Central and Northern California and pretty much every utility in the state of California. I want to note, Mr. Chair, that the Q was not invited to participate. It's not essential, but it's a little perplexing given that our members are the ones that are operating and maintaining the electrical infrastructure of the state. We appreciate the kind words from all of you about our members' work. There were over 4,300 1245 members responding to the disaster. And it's important that we keep that staffing levels so that whether it's PG&E, Edison, SDG&E, LADWP, that the utilities can respond to these disasters because regrettably they are more and more frequent. I think Chief Pimlott described exactly what we're looking at. And we agree 100% with looking forward that we have to be proactive. We are actively Q is actively pursuing legislation to make the infrastructure more resilient, to react not to fires, but to what we've learned so that we can actively prevent them and reduce the likelihood that fires are started and come. But when they do, that we can respond even more quickly and more effectively. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stern. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Rob Bamford, and I'm the Executive Officer of the Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District. We are one of 35 state air districts tasked with monitoring air quality and implementing air pollution controls to meet state and federal air quality standards that protect public health and safety. Our jurisdiction is in the northern part of the county. Today, I'd like to share with you how the North Bay wildfire event negatively impacted air quality in our district communities. During the North Bay fire, the district had monitors operating in Guerneville, Cloverdale, and Healdsburg, continuously measuring particulate matter or smoke in the air. These measurements were provided in real time to the public through the district's website and were accompanied by EPA's Air Quality Index, which translates the air quality measurements into easy-to-understand health advisements. So at any time, the public could go online, see the measurements, and get a health advisement. In addition to providing real-time air quality information during the fire, the district coordinated with the County Public Health Department, state and local emergency responders, and neighboring air districts to share information and to issue public health advisories. Our district enjoys some of the best air quality in the state. For example, typical measured values for a 24-hour period are 5 to 21 micrograms. More than 50 is an exceedance of the state standard for public health. During the event, the fire event, we had 11 24-hour periods that exceeded the state standard and 3 that exceeded the federal standard. If I could, I'd like to submit for your review, we have just graphed the data that was measured, and you can see the magnitude of the impacts with the air quality index that shows the magnitude of this. Recognition of wildfire smoke impacts on air quality and public health is important. The state of California and the Federal Clean Air Act recognize particulate matter as a criteria pollutant that have standards to protect public health and safety. And in conclusion, we ask you to please include the air quality concerns and local air districts as part of the solution in managing wildfire threats.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Banford. Appreciate that and the work you do. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Schulte. I drove 5 hours to be here this morning with you guys. I'm from North Fork, which is in the heart of the Sierra National Forest. Before I go any further, I would like to thank CAL FIRE. I have friends whose homes are still standing because of the work that your men did and putting their lives on the line, and we are grateful for that, so thank you. Every summer, there's this sort of doom feeling that we're going to burn to the ground. With what's going on with the beetle kill, it is just a stressful time for everybody in our community. One of the things that you guys have already done, you've talked about an ounce of prevention being worth more than a pound of cure. There is a power plant that we are currently constructing, and the Biomet program, SB 1122, that you guys signed off. You guys are doing preventative things already, and our community is very excited about it. We've worked diligently. It is a lot of volunteers have put in hundreds and hundreds of hours toward this project. We are partway through construction. We would like to ask that PG&E play by the same rules and laws that all the rest of us have to. And part of that has to do with getting our power purchase agreement. We won the auction for our pricing, and we have yet to get that contract from PG&E. And our community members are excited about this project. They're grateful for the laws that you have enacted. And we would just ask that the PUC compel PG&E to abide by the laws that the rest of us have to, which is SB 1122. So, and again, thank you for what you guys are doing and for having this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and thanks for the driving this morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, good afternoon, almost afternoon. This is Christiana Darlington. I'm with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District, as well as the Watershed Research and Training Center. Both of these organizations are located in high wildfire-prone areas, the Sierra Nevada and the Trinity Alps. We have a high concern with these issues, and we'd like to talk with you today about greenhouse gas emissions in particular. I'm not sure you're aware, but when California celebrates its 3 million metric ton reduction in GHG from all of its programs, it's a small comparison to the 22 million that were emitted by wildfire in the same year. Okay, and so all the work that we're doing at CARB and all those programs that we're doing is dwarf in comparison to what happens from our wildfires. I have handouts up here from the U.S. Forest Service and other research that's been done, so if you want to take a look at the statistics and the information that's available up here. We need to do more prescribed fire in California, and we need to do more fuel reduction in California. That's the type of work that we really need to see done. And when we do that work, we need a place and a way to get rid of the wood waste that's produced. That's why air districts like mine support bioenergy as a solution. Using the wood waste for electrical production or other types of uses, the waste wood does not evaporate. It needs to go somewhere, and renewable energy is a great option for it. The other thing that renewable energy reduces is not just the CO2 from wildfire, but also it reduces the black carbon that is also released that's not even quantified in all this work yet, because we're just starting to understand the serious implications of black carbon, which is PM 2.5. It's like soot. It is a very high potential for greenhouse gas. It's a climate change precursor. It's bad news. And we need to reduce it, and bioenergy can do that. We want the CPUC to recognize its role in supporting renewable energy that includes bioenergy and wood waste as a source of power. That's what we really want to push, and it's important. There are a lot of other options, but this one is our current tool that we have now. So we hope that you'll continue to support that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Gregory Stangl with Phoenix Energy, and the gentleman from North Fork stole most of my lines, so hopefully I'll be shorter. Senator Dodd talked about an ounce of prevention. Our company has offered this state, through the SB 1122 program, hundreds of thousands of metric tons of prevention a year. And the only thing that stands in our way is PG&E refusing to implement the law that you passed. We talked about accountability. We need you to hold them accountable. It is my experience, and we've worked from Japan to Norway to South Africa. It has never been harder or more expensive than to do this right here in our home state of California, my home. And so what I ask of you is to pick up the phone and call the CPUC and ask them why they're not compelling PG&E to participate in the program, and to call PG&E and ask them to explain why they are not participating in the program. If you review the record, you will see from the day that program was implemented, a cavalcade of excuses piled one after the other after the other. Never all of the objections at the same time. They wait till we win the battle and then they start the next problem. And we win the battle and they start the next problem. This must end, and it will take you ringing their switchboard. That's what works. Thank you very much, and we are grateful for you holding this hearing.
Thank you very much. Our final morning first opportunity speaker, and then we'll go to our panel, and then we will continue the speakers after we finish with the rest of the hearing. So thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Senator Hill and Senator McGuire, I really want to thank you for focusing on prevention. The legislature passed Senate Bill 1122 5.5 years ago, in part to help prevent wildfires. It requires 50 megawatts of small-scale new forest bioenergy facilities that can take the forest biomass, either dead and dying trees or forest biomass that's removed, to reduce the risk from transmission lines and other utility infrastructure and to protect communities. Not one new project has been built in 5.5 years. PG&E hasn't even signed a contract and now is refusing to sign contracts for these critically needed facilities. The legislature has spoken over and over and over again to this, first with SB 1122, then SB 840, numerous other laws, budget allocations. The governor included this in his emergency order on tree mortality issued 2.5 years ago. He called on the PUC to accelerate the development of these projects and accelerate their connection to the grid. The PUC needs to do more to get these projects built and hold the utilities accountable. I also have some specific recommendations for the legislature. First of all, one of the arguments we hear from the PUC from the very top is that wildfire is not a ratepayer issue, which I think that the recent Wine Country fires, other fires, this hearing kind of prove that that is absolutely, could not be more untrue, that ratepayers pay a huge impact for these wildfires, as does the general public, in the costs of fighting them, the impacts on ratepayer infrastructure, et cetera. I think that the legislature needs to speak to that issue, that clearly wildfire prevention is a ratepayer issue, and that building more small-scale forest biomass projects is a way to help accelerate wildfire prevention. Second, we need to pass Assemblymember Aguirre-Curry's bill, AB 920, that would require the PUC to procure more baseload and flexible generation power. And we need to hold the utilities accountable for the greenhouse gas emissions from wildfires that they cause. So thank you again for this hearing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments, and we will continue the public comment afterwards. And I just wanted to introduce Supervisor Hopkins, who's right behind the speaker up there. Supervisor Hopkins, welcome, and thank you for being here today from Sonoma County.
All of you, and also thank our governor for focusing and emphasizing the need to address forest health. And I am very fortunate to represent the 5th District in Sonoma County, which did not burn this last time around. But the question is not whether it will burn in the future, it's when and how severe that fire will be. If you know anything about old-timers in West Sonoma County, they like to talk about how bad things were back in the day and how we've got it really easy right now. The one exception to that is that everybody says that the forest right now is in the worst shape that they have ever seen. We've been struck with sudden oak death, we've been struck with pine borer beetles and drought, and so we have so much dead standing timber. West County is truly a matchbox ready to light on fire, and there's a tremendous palpable sense of fear in the community after the catastrophic wildfires in October. One of the challenges in the North Coast in general is that we have a highly privately owned forest land, and it's also highly parcelized. Someone who owns 20 or 50 acres can't possibly go through a CEQA process to conduct sustainable forest management on their land. So I would just like to urge you to really consider making those upstream investments where we're actually, addressing our forest health now rather than waiting for a catastrophic fire to address it for us. I'd also just like to mention that it is really truly possible to sustainably manage timberland. We can do it in a way that actually is good for the climate, is good for the safety of our rural population, and also enhances the habitat for wildlife. And if you want proof, I would just ask that you speak to any of our tribal members in Sonoma County who did it for about 13,000 years before we came in and cut down all the trees. And so now we're faced with a very immature forest that is also stressed by our climate change. Thank you so much for coming out to Sonoma County today, and thanks for your attention to our forests.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hopkins, and thank you for the suggestion and the commitment to working on the forest management, because I think that's where the focus is. That's the new paradigm that we're looking at today. So thank you very much for that. Now let's go to our agency panel with Public Utilities Commission President Michael Picker and Safety Director Elizaveta Malashenko, and CAL FIRE Representatives Greg McFadden and Daniel Berlant. Thank you very much for coming here today and your willingness to participate and share some of your information. We'll start with PUC President Picker. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I want to first pay my respects and honor the work of the first responders, our colleagues from CAL FIRE, but also the local firefighters and responders, also the CHP, local PD, the sheriffs, all the people who are on the front lines when these kinds of disasters occur. We spend a lot more time at the PUC looking at disasters. It's not our nature to actually be on the front line, but we certainly see their work close up, and I can't tell you how much I respect their work. And I have to also acknowledge the tremendous losses both to individuals and to communities from these kinds of disasters. I've seen it close up in my past role at the City of Sacramento, where we dealt with 3 major floods that took out portions of our communities and outlying communities. And it's a testimony to Californians and their perseverance that we do persist through the pain and rebuild the communities. So I'll say that we're seeing more and more of this at the Public Utilities Commission. Commissioner Peterman, who's the most senior Public Utilities Commissioner as she starts her 6th year, told me that she believes that one of the challenges of the job is that every year seems to bring some new type of disaster. And it's not that we don't prepare for them, but the scale, the severity, the granularity defeats our resources and frankly, our ability to prepare. But as each of these events becomes our immediate top priority, demanding time and energy that we have to divert from other work, she points to just a range of different things that have caught us by surprise, from the sudden closure of nuclear power plants that are located in weak portions of the transmission grid, gas pipeline explosions, uncontrolled leaking underground gas storage wells in a highly fractured formation right in the middle of a growing population in LA County, droughts, floods, mudslides, and now what looks to be a year-round fire season almost statewide. This is somewhat daunting. Again, we prepare for a range of hazards, and I'll discuss some of the efforts we've put into play to mitigate the risk of fires. We must be prepared to prevent fire where the root causes may point to electric infrastructure as a source of ignition, or where fires ignited from other sources come to harm the critical poles in electrical and telecommunication service lines. Failure of electricity and phone service is itself a hazard, as people here can testify in the failure of the emergency communication system. But I have to say that having participated in this for 4 years, I'm personally scared that the scale, severity, and frequency of major disasters, particularly storms, having looked at what we saw in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico as well, some of it's likely to be linked to climate change, can always overwhelm our planning, tighter rules and resources. In Sacramento, as we prepared for bigger and bigger floods, we spent money, we spent a lot of time improving our emergency rules, we just spent a lot of time looking at critical infrastructure, we did a lot of land use planning, but we always know that however much we do, there's a bigger storm coming. It's in the historic and the geological record.
President Baker, I think that they're having a little trouble hearing. Maybe we could move the microphones a little closer.
Sorry, is this better?
That's much better, thank you.
So the ferocity of this year's windstorms and the related fires are just beyond past experience, particularly here in Northern California. So, you know, one of the very important ongoing efforts at the Public Utilities Commission has been to rebuild and to strengthen our Safety and Enforcement Division. I won't go into all the efforts since our director of the division, Lisa Venta-Malashenko, who's joining us from her office in Los Angeles, will speak to this. But I have to say that this was actually one of our most important steps, was to hire a very effective, competent division director to help build a team of specialists to focus on putting safety right out front. Now, this is a challenge for the Public Utilities Commission. As I look around the country, we're one of the few economic regulators, public utilities commissions or state public services commissions, that has both the economic regulation and the safety. In most states, there's actually a state safety agency that gives direction. When I met earlier with my French colleagues, they were absolutely dumbfounded that both of these functions were in the same entity. Their general perspective is when the National Safety Agency tells them that something should be done, they just put it in rates. Here at the PUC, because we're an economic regulator, we open a proceeding, we assign a judge, we assign a commissioner, we have a scoping process where we look at all the issues we're going to consider. We call for participants, parties, and interveners to join us. We swear them in. They have to pledge to participate. And then we litigate everything just as if we were a law court. And we have more checks and balances than the California Environmental Quality Act. And so, Senator McGuire, I think that speaks to your comment about speed. We were not designed to be speedy. We were designed to slow things down so that everybody could participate and we could get to all the record that we needed to deliberate as sort of an en banc of judges to form the best policies. We are just not designed to do that. And as a matter of fact, when a former president sought to move things along in a rate-making proceeding, tried to cut corners, it created enormous scandals. So this is a tension that is above my pay grade. I share the frustration, but I don't think that it's up to me to change state law and the state constitution unilaterally. So I look to your direction on that. So what do we do in that case? How do you get around that? And we don't have a lot of expertise on fire. We're getting better on these things. We form agreements with other state agencies. So, for example, in underground gas storage, where we don't know much about anything that happens 30 feet below the ground, we formed a working arrangement with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources that's bounded by a memorandum of understanding that clearly details how we will use their expertise to help us move along more quickly. In the case of vegetation management related to the electric infrastructure, we have an agreement with CAL FIRE. And I think that's very important, and that's actually helped us to move more quickly because we can draw on expertise rather than having to depend on our parties to provide that. They can give us, as they did with the vegetation management and the fire map program, a paper, and we can say, okay, so rather than litigating from the ground up, we're going to start here. And that's been helpful. But I don't know, Senator, that's going to address the scale, the severity, and the frequency of the kinds of disasters linked to climate change or just to chance that we're starting to see. I will say that one of the things that I discovered and that I think is very important is that we don't really have a clear picture of where all the wooden poles and transmission lines are, particularly distribution lines, the thin wires that serve sometimes individual houses or clusters of houses. We don't know who owns them always. We have a pretty good sense that about 80% of them are owned by the electrical industries. We don't have a good central database that we can look at their updated conditions. What's attached? One of the classic problems that you have with wooden poles, which connect every house, every building, every community in the state of California with their communications and their electricity, is that they're co-located. And we have numerous incidents, and I'll point to the Malibu fires, where people illegally attach their equipment to those poles. So without some way to add to the auditing function and to have a true enforcement tool, we're always going to kind of find things through the inevitable violation that comes to our attention. We're refining some new issues for enforcement, which have been lacking when telecom equipment hasn't been well managed or hasn't changed over in a timely fashion from older and weaker poles to new poles. That's pretty common. You see buddy poles just kind of hanging in the air. We need to really be able to deal with that. I'm going to leave that to Director Malashenko. But I'm just going to talk about what I think are the larger challenges here. And this is what scares me the most. More and more people are moving into high fire hazard areas. That's been pretty constant. As anybody who's been in local government can tell you, that greenfields development is cheaper and related to housing affordability than infill. There are nearly 4 million Californians who now live in the high fire risk hazard areas defined by the new fire hazards map. That's 10% of California's population. That's much greater population than ever before. So at the same time, well, let me just say that when you move into those new communities in high fire hazard areas, we require the utility under state law to provide access to infrastructure, particularly to electricity. So as people move further and further out into these higher fire hazard zones, they have to have electricity. They have to have telecommunications. That means that no matter how good we get, there's an inherent risk. And that risk increases as more people move into these fire hazard areas. The size of the fire risk has grown pretty dramatically. The previous fire map, which was known as the interim fire threat maps, covered 31,000 square miles. The new map more than doubles that at 70,000 square miles. That's 44% of California's land mass. That's 44% of our land mass. The new map also includes the California tree mortality high hazard zones, which are an additional 9 million acres, where about 129 million trees have died due to drought and bark beetle infestation. So again, when people move further out into these high hazard areas, which are growing, their need for and demand for electricity and communication infrastructure continues. So I worry that some 1.4 million housing units are within these high hazard zones. We estimate that 4.2 million wooden poles and maybe another 300,000 steel poles and nearly 200,000 miles of overhead electric distribution lines cross through these expanding higher fire hazard zones to serve these growing populations. Now, our new fire rules, recently adopted, finalized, are the toughest in the country, and I will say that they're going to be expensive to implement. None of the ratepayer advocates supported them. We can get better at setting these standards. We can get better at enforcing them. We can bring new tools into it, like a centralized database that we can use to assess the greatest risk, or to use to be able to assemble spot checks to be able to test our audits of utility infrastructure. But with the expanding fire risk, with the growing populations in those fire-prone areas, ongoing requirements for infrastructure that carries some residual risk, no matter how good we continue to get, and all of which is at risk to fire, more and more and frequent firestorms, perfect safety is going to be really hard for us to reach. And that's why I personally am very fearful. So we're grappling with this new normal, but I got to tell you, the governor was dead on when he said yesterday, you can't fight nature, you need to work with it. So that means rethinking where and how development happens so that we don't get required to build inherently risky infrastructure to serve those communities. We actually have issued permission to San Diego Gas and Electric to interrupt service in areas where they think that the wind hazard and the fire hazard could cause faults and potential risk of fire initiation. But we haven't done that statewide because in the past it wasn't believed that you were going to have the intense winds in Northern California that we were seeing in Southern California. So we're going to look, and we're going to actually have our own en banc next week to talk to the utilities about what those guidelines should look like as we consider expanding that either at the direction of the legislature through Senator Dodd's legislation or on our own initiation. If development continues to expand at the wildlife and urban interface in a changing climate, we're just going to face more and more and more of these challenges. So I wish I could be optimistic. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night, but I got to be honest about my fears, as I have been continually to you, Senator Hill. So with that, I'll be happy to take some questions, but I also need to get back to Sacramento for meetings today.
All right. Well, perhaps then we should ask some questions. Well, maybe could we have Ms. Malashchenko testify in her comments, if she has some, and then we can ask the two of you questions. Would that work for you, President Pickard? Or
Probably.
we can ask you questions. It may answer some of the questions if she raises them, but I mean, we're fine to ask questions now if you'd like.
Hey, I'm anxious about time, so if I start to wiggle, it's both my...
You never know what traffic is like nowadays, so that's wonderful. And so let me, if someone else has a question. Go ahead. Senator Wood, go ahead. And then
as we look at some of the larger issues here, I am curious as I listen to people talk about biomass energy and the passage of SB 1122 5+ years ago, and we're still waiting for some implementation of that. As we try to manage our forests better, and we have to find a place for this fuel, I'm stunned that we are now, the legislature acted, was signed by the governor, and moved forward on this, and yet we're no closer to doing that. I thought my bill that was passed in 2016 to enhance some biomass opportunities that has not been acted on for regulations by the PUC now, 15+ months later, was frustrating. But now I hear this is, we're not talking about 5 years. How are we going to deal with? I'm just frustrated.
Well, my former job was to actually expedite the siting, permitting, and interconnection of renewable energy projects. So I would say that from my experience there, these are always going to be tough projects. They are in parts of the state where you don't have a lot of nearby demand. They are usually at the end of a thin line. They were where biomass facilities have been most successful have been where there is an existing sawmill that is actually doing some kind of value-added production, but they also use the electricity and the heat from the biomass facility to make those products. So that indigenous demand becomes very important. The further you are away from demand, then the more you're likely to have infrastructure problems in terms of beefing up the transmission lines to get the electricity out there. a 1 megawatt plant at the end of a thin transmission line just doesn't work without some changes. This is part of the challenge we've had elsewhere in terms of two-way power. So I won't go into all the ins and outs of that. We spent a lot of time working on these interconnection issues, and we actually brought somebody in specifically to deal with interconnection issues who's been knocking these problems down one by one. I'll say that the latest barrier that I've been wrestling with is we've been sued by a company that was denied a contract for a different technology, alleging that all of these contracts are a violation of the federal public utilities PURPA. This is something that the National Association of Regulatory Utilities Commissioners is dealing with. So while I'm not familiar with the specific contracts that people are complaining out, there have been some successes. The conditions under which people have been successful is indigenous demand and positioned well within the grid. I can't, again, it's hard for me to speak to these individual projects, but I will say that right now, all of the REMAT and potentially all the biomet projects could be held up by this lawsuit in the federal courts.
Actually, I'm more concerned about the regulations that go along with this. You can't even get to contracts if you don't have regulations, and so that's, as we're looking at tools to manage the bigger picture here.
We have lots of regulations. That could be the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Picker, thanks for your testimony. I do share my colleagues' concerns about the speed by which you're able to enact these laws and the regulations that you're charged to promulgate as a regulatory agency. As much as speed may not be expected, when we're talking about how we better prepare our state, there is, I think, a hope for a strident effort to enact these protections as best as possible. And this goes to a bit of what I directly alluded to in my opening remarks, where we do have changing circumstances in our state with climate change, with people living in the wildland-urban interface, with the challenges that all utilities have to meet our climate change goals and competition, and that the systems that we have in place that may have worked enough in the past but didn't work completely, whether it's because of Mother Nature or because of negligence, that perhaps those models no longer work. That, in fact, the system that we have has created electricity providers that are, in fact, too big to succeed. And we should be considering, when confronting climate change and the growth of our state and the threats to life, that there may be new models that we need to employ. And I know that's pretty big change in the systems that we have, but it's something that we might need to start thinking what those future models would be.
Assembly member, I'm not afraid of change. I'm not afraid of giving up authority or jurisdiction. I tried mightily to get rid of some transportation functions that are pretty much no longer monopolies. We were only partially successful. I think that as you dig deeper into it, it's going to require legislation and maybe constitutional changes. I'd be happy to work with you on that. I share your concerns about the process and the amount of time, but I will just say what one of my political science professors told me long ago as I was exploring why it took so long to do affordable housing in the state of California and the challenges that you could bring to projects in CEQA. He said, the goal of democracy is not efficiency. And I have to live within the law. So if you can help me to figure out how to do it within the law, or if you can tell us what changes you can make within the law, I'd be happy to share my thinking with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. President Picker, it's good to see you, sir. And thanks for coming up as well. So just a couple of items in regards to specifically on the issue of electric utilities, and there's just a couple of questions in regards to telecom as well. I just want to touch bases. need to focus in on that as well when it comes to the fires. So, look, I think both of us can go back and forth saying, hey, the legislature needs to be able to advance reforms, to be able to expedite. And then I can come back and say PUC needs to be able to advance reforms to be able to expedite. I think the bottom line is if there is a mutual agreement that we need to be able to expedite, let's sit down and figure ways to do that. The bottom line is this. I don't think time is on our side. And what the governor said, I think 2 or 3 times yesterday, and I'm going to paraphrase, you can fight Mother Nature, but Mother Nature will always win, which means we need to be able to adapt to our new normal. So if there are ways to be able to expedite working with the PUC, and candidly, working with the constraints that you have, because they are pretty significant, and then also working with the utilities to advance solutions, I think that that needs to be done this year. And I also understand that you have a gamut of issues that are in front of you now that you're working through. The challenge is, understand that when you mentioned about the public participation process, I think the challenge in the public participation process is that if you are not a formal intervener, it is very difficult for you to be able to participate. And I'm sure
that is a challenge.
Yeah,
but it's the law.
I get it, and I've also shared my frustrations with that on a very separate issue on all issues of water districts, but private water districts, it is what it is, and I'm not going to go there today. So when we know that the disasters that we've had continue to stare us down because it's going to happen again, we're going to need to be able to figure out an ability to be able to advance reforms in the coming months. So, and it's not going to be a resolution identified here today. What I would like to be able to do is sit down with you, and I think everyone else on this panel would like to be able to sit down with you to be able to talk about how we can move reforms that will protect our communities, because it's not just about new development. Coffey Park is 2 miles into the city. If you live in Larkfield or if you lived in Coffey Park, what you always thought, if I just having a conversation like this last night, we always thought we were going to be hit with an earthquake. There is no way in hell that we thought that 1,300 homes would be burned down in Coffey Park. It was impossible. There is no wildland interface. It's across 6 lanes of a highway, and there is a lot of pavement in between Coffey Park and where that fire came from Calistoga. So I think that the reason I advance that is understand that you're very focused, and I appreciate that, on wildland fire interface and development within those zones. But where I think our new normal is the size and scope and the severity of those wildland fire events now are coming in and threatening entire cities that would just 10 years ago would have never thought an incident like this could have happened. And look to your reaction on that.
I share your sense of urgency, and I welcome your pledge to unshackle us from this dead weight of historic practice at the PUC. It's not going to be simple, but I'm happy to explore it.
It's not going to be simple, and I also believe I think that taking a narrow view on this issue, because of what this state has just gone through in regards to wildland fires here in the North Bay, wildland fire in Southern California. I mean, that's where I'd like to be able to start. And I also want to be realistic that it has to be a narrow view to be able to start, because I don't think this is going to be the end of the new normal.
A question is that this is equally true in other parts of state and local government, and if you start to move down this pathway and want to seek to expedite policies and projects that can reduce risk and hazard of disasters, you know, at some point you have to start to expand the range of things that you're dealing with. I'm up for it. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just telling you that we are in many effects maybe an independent state agency, but we're still a state agency, so we're bound by the rule of law. You are the agents of creating those rules.
Absolutely, and you're the ones that have to live by those rules. So if there's and you're the ones that know the rules the best, and so if there are reforms that you want to be able to propose, I welcome that discussion, as you are the experts in those rules. The one item that I would like to be able to bring up is the issue of telecommunication services and infrastructure, and this was a comment that was asked, a question that was asked. And what your thought is, and I'm just going to read here if it works, and just if you don't mind responding, in regards to telecom services and infrastructure, receiving local direction and ensuring we rebuild adequate, reliable, resilient services and infrastructure. We had major challenges during the fires. Would like you to better respond on the telecom side, because I know that was a big issue in Assemblymember Wood and I's district. I mean, Assemblymember Wood, it was all over this issue in Willits, having multiple conversations, and if you don't mind.
So I'm going to separate some of the challenges into different buckets. And one is that we have a really weak and inconsistent regulatory oversight of telecommunications. So anything that's done by a cable company generally is governed by DIVCA, which is essentially a registration program. They pay us, $1,500 a year, and that's it. Some of the legacy telecom providers that have a historic monopoly, but which is no longer in effect because of changes in federal law and federal preemption at the FCC, we have a little more weight over them, but not a lot. The reality here is that the telephone providers and the cable providers both provide the same services under different laws. They provide phone service, they both provide entertainment content, and they both provide internet service, but they're all under different rules. Then you have some small phone companies that are fully regulated, because they get a state stipend to support the services to those large rural communities. The nexus probably of all of this is that they're on poles. And the question is, how do you armor those poles? Because undergrounding, in a rural area, maybe as cheap as $1 million a mile. Urban settings, $10 million a mile. And undergrounding probably undercuts the next 5G technology. But given that most people don't have landlines anymore, probably about 80% of the population just has cell phones, that really calls for attention to both fiber to and electricity service to those poles. We've had some discussions with OES, with whom we have a memorandum of understanding. Their priority currently is to really come up with a redundant system for emergency operations communications. The challenge of trying to come up with a really resilient and strong system on those 200,000 miles of poles that go through those fire hazard areas, it sort of beggars me. I will say that one of the things that I expect at some point here is we start to see the emergence of 5G technology, very high-speed, fast broadband. That's a broadcast technology. You can't underground it. Those places where we've undergrounded electric wires and communication wires are probably going to be the hardest to actually get 5G. So if you live someplace in a slightly rural area and you have an autonomous vehicle and all of a sudden you hit the limits of that system, you're going to be pushing your autonomous vehicle up the last 2 miles to your driveway. I expect that these are going to be those same tensions that I pointed out to you between the desire to move further out, the desire to have phone and electricity, and the inherent hazards. So we struggle with this. The 300,000 steel poles that utilities have been installing to carry their distribution and transmission services are mostly in high fire hazard, high wind areas. That may be part of the solution. They're not perfect solutions, but they're probably better solutions. But again, 4.2 million wooden poles and 200,000 miles in the high hazard fire zones. The cost starts to be an issue.
So I'll say thank you, Mr. Picker. I'm grateful that you're here and look forward to the conversation and that we'll all continue. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McGuire. President Picker, I've been contemplating, thinking about some of the comments you made, and I do have some more in-depth questions, but you were talking about that in the 6 years, there's a new dynamic going on, a change that your colleagues have shared with you, and that things are moving in a different direction. I also think, and I'm hopeful that at the PUC, we're seeing that culture shift that over the 6 years, or at least in the 4 years of your tenure, that we didn't have before. I mean, safety and I look at prevention and areas of prevention, part of that safety culture. I think what or the PUC was confronted with was that, and I've said it before, safety's not sexy, and there's not a lot of interest in doing that, and I'm hoping that we see that change and that prioritization, and that does remind me of one sense too, and there was a comment made up here by my colleagues that we don't sense a sense of urgency coming from the PUC on or in reflection from what we saw in October and December in California, and it's and I guess the feeling is what will it take to turn this into something that we can really do something with?
So sometimes I think that you and I agree on what safety culture means, and sometimes I think we talk past each other. So for me, culture in an organization, and particularly safety culture, isn't the things that you say, it isn't the things that you think, it's the things that you do on a daily basis. So it's having a very clear set of goals and objectives around various issues, having good ability to write very specific programs by which people operate. And so I told you early on in when I was looking at the PUC and trying to understand where we had safety culture, that my experience with the rail guys told me that we actually had a safety culture, but it was mostly distributed and outside of the central organization. And so what the evidence I saw is those rail guys knew what to do. They've been doing it for years. They did it both for the rail companies, but they also had been doing it for regulators around the country. They knew how to go out and look at tracks. They knew how to look at because that's what we do. We look at the tracks and we look at the crossing guards. It was very clear to them how they did that. And so the most specific artifact that I saw of that was when they trained me on how you go out and look at track. When you're out looking at track, you have somebody looking upwind, you have somebody looking downwind, and then you have somebody looking at the track. And the job of the upwind and downwind people is to make sure that you don't miss a train that's coming. They also tell you not to step on the track. You get grease on your boots. Grease is a slip hazard as well as just the hazard of standing there on the rail. So when, like a stupid commissioner, I stood on the track, the first thing that I realized is, oh, this is what they just told me not to do. That was a violation of protocol. But what I noticed is that before I even had a chance to step off the track, two people were already moving to grab me and move me off the track. So that kind of muscle response in terms of safety, that understanding of protocol and procedure and process, having documentation of that process is important. The next thing is, how do you learn from what you and other people see so that you can adapt? And I will also point to what I saw in the rail guys. They're pretty crusty. They're older. They've been working out there and walking every mile of the track every year, doing their inspections. They're out in the field. They aren't in San Francisco. They were talking to all their colleagues around the country about Bakken crudes. And they knew that there wasn't a lot of volatile Bakken crudes coming to California at the time because the refineries can't handle very much of it. It has distinct impacts on the pressure piping and the processes in the refineries. But they had a sense that if they kept looking, they could start to see where there were being changes made in refineries and different kinds of infrastructure that could be used to accept more Bakken crude here in California. So they stepped outside of their normal experience based on what they learned from their colleagues, that 360 view, and then beginning to actually look for evidence of it. And they found two facilities that were being constructed, a refinery that was being rebuilt in Bakersfield and a transfer facility outside of Bakersfield. And they knew then this is the route that Bakken crude is going to take getting into California. So they doubled down on their inspection. And then they began to raise the issue of getting authority to actually inspect the rail bridges that served those particular lines. They actually did a very good job of looking at all the informal crossings and where they needed to actually get some kind of formal permitting for say, where tractors and trucks crossed the rail lines off of the state highway system. So I pay tribute to that. That's safety culture. It's what you do, not so much what you think and say. So they had all the key marks. They had processes, they had documentation, they had training, they had constant communications looking for new conditions, and they had the ability to go out and begin to mobilize their resources and their intellect around it. I think we're doing that, and I'll point to this, the overall improvements in our pipeline and hazardous materials branch, where we have moved significantly in estimation of the PHMSA inspectors in terms of how well we're doing. So I will say, again, we're one of the very few state programs, and we're actually one of the few regulators, economic regulators. So I think it runs counter to our tradition of acting as an economic regulator first and then a safety agency second. So I point to these as artifacts. I will not argue that we don't have a long ways to go, but we're working against 100 years of history.
And you're working against a previous administration that had basically no interest in safety, as I saw.
Actually, the previous three.
Three, yes. I did want to say that there is a concern about the adequacy of the culture that we're talking about. In the annual report from the Office of Safety Advocates that was released this month, the director mentions in the report having to justify regular in-depth gas and electric utility safety training to be conducted for staff. Would you say that that maybe a siloed issue within the CPUC, a concern only to OSA and the Safety Enforcement Division?
I think that we have silos within silos within silos. I think that the two issues that you point to is that just as safety at one point in our history had not been sexy and wasn't attracting the top skills within the organization, and I pay tribute to Director Malashenko for arresting that trend and reversing it. People are now actually making their choice to actually move into the Safety Enforcement Division from within the CPUC and without. But nobody really wanted to deal with administration in the CPUC. Everybody wanted to do energy policy. We had the energy crisis, we had the drive to build renewables, and we had the drive to build infrastructure to get carbon out of California's economy. That's where we got the most promising and excited people out of California and national universities. We have worked really hard for the last 3 years to be able to meet our hiring goals, and I'm proud to say that we've gone from about a 22% vacancy rate to 16% vacancy rate over the last year. You know, some of that is just the straight gut-out work of going through and figuring out what each division was doing and how they were doing it. Some of that was training. Some of that was actually outside consultants that we borrowed from the Department of General Services. And some of that was new leadership who actually has gone through and held everybody accountable on HR. Contracting, which is one of the reasons why it's hard for us to get the training we need, remains a problem. And I think that the auditing agencies rightly have held us accountable to the fact that perched off in San Francisco, we, for the last 25 years, haven't really kept up with the changes in contracting rules in state government. So we're recovering from that. And I hope that we continue to make progress on that.
Is the Office of Safety Advocate, we know it's just getting started, but it's not been part of the fire safety proceedings at all? Is there?
No, we had almost no safety advocacy participation except for the utility unions, which tells me that one of the places where we need to move, and again, it probably works against the overall goal of moving more quickly and more efficiently, but it's absolutely essential, is how do we get better interveners? How do we get better parties? How do we get people who actually will talk up safety in our proceedings? Not one ratepayer group supported the recent fire safety rules. They all opposed it. If you are creating a judicial forum where the testimony of the parties has to weigh, and the record focuses mostly on people who are opposing change or don't want to spend a certain amount of money that all the experts agree is necessary, then that's what the record is going to show, and that's the basis for decision making. So we need better parties. We need a lot more better parties. I will say that one of the ways we seek to overcome that is these agreements with other state agencies who have that expertise so that we can elevate the starting point.
And that's very true, and that has worked, I think, nicely, especially with the fire map. And I guess in looking at the fire map, the urgency that the CPUC, I believe, put towards finalizing that after the October fires and the fire map proceedings and the updates to fire safety rules that came out of your decision of that, the 1024, you were the commissioner in charge of that.
I'll just say that it was much more of an ensemble action, and I give a lot of credit to the teams that CAL FIRE put together, because that's where the true expertise resided.
And you did mention in that, trying to look at what the next steps are in that fire map proceeding, you mentioned that the fire wind map issue, and I guess the issue of, the concern that was raised, and Chief Pillman mentioned that as well. I guess the concern is we're hoping it won't take 10 years on a fire map or a wind map that would come up. And but until that time, the Commission cannot rule on the adoption of new wind load standards for utility infrastructure. So wind can be a problem. So what is the next steps in that, and how soon do
we have some existing wind load standards. The question really is, where do we reach those conditions within the state? And I'll say that some of that could be moved along more quickly, although I cannot promise that we will either have the technical basis or we'll have smooth sailing through our regulatory processes. Is really driven by what I've learned, and you probably will hear more from about San Diego Gas and Electric's work after the 2006 Witch-Wahito and Rice fires. They believe that they had never seen wind speeds consistent with what they experienced during those fires, and they felt like they had been caught by surprise. So they spent a lot of money putting new anemometry, wind speed meters, and meteorologists studying those, developing new wind model maps, and then actually beginning to manage those circuits real time. And so we saw, because we had actually given them authority to interrupt and to de-energize circuits already, that they were very carefully applying that, trying not to shut off power to fire stations, to police stations, and therefore interrupt communication services and internet services, and to make sure that hospitals were served. They're also somewhat aided by the design of the system in East County, San Diego. Because there's a lot of parallel lines and there's a lot of rings and networks as opposed to radials that just go out from a central station. But I think that that's a model we have to look at and study, and that if in fact we can build on that, that may be helpful to us, because it's pretty clear they've got better meteorological data and better fire risk models than anybody else.
Yeah, I visited that site, and it is phenomenal. How much did wind, the issue of wind, was it considered in the development of Fire Map 2?
I'm going to defer to the experts. I think we put it aside to some extent. And I don't want to misspeak, but I'll try to be brief. Okay. Primarily, people looked at fuel and where there was infrastructure and population, not so much at wind. And that's one of the reasons that we think we need to go further.
Okay, thank you. And I've got just a few more questions. A couple more, actually. Just one of the main criticisms that was raised during the last subcommittee hearing that we had in 2015 on utility wildfire safety was the lack of CPUC oversight in utility prevention and mitigation efforts. As a result, the legislature passed in 2016 to require utilities to file risk-based mitigation plans that require CPUC review and compels compliance audits be conducted. Where is the CPUC in implementing that legislation?
So this goes to the, as you point out in your paper, the fact that we tend to bifurcate things in terms of audits and enforcement, which is largely in the hands of safety and enforcement and rate making. So most of that, I think, has really been dealt with in rate making, where we allow expenditures. So it may be worth examining those fire prevention plans in light of what we've learned this year, because clearly they didn't take into account the conditions that we're finding. I don't want to say that they weren't sufficient for the assumptions, but we're finding new conditions. Should we begin to treat them differently within the CPUC? So I'll go that far, and I think we need to have conversations, and I probably will learn more about it as I dig back in.
Okay, and one final question I just wanted to talk about, and you did you mentioned in the joint concurrence on the San Diego Gas and Electric WEMA case a concern around the nuance of line de-energization that you mentioned just a little while ago. You say the decision of whether to de-energize power lines in a region in response to a catastrophic event, such as a wildfire, is significant because it implicates public safety broadly. Even within the MOU with CAL FIRE's responsibilities are to provide expertise, among other things, in mechanical engineering, utility design, and testing. Who is providing the electrical engineering fundamentals to this conversation, and why is the Commission allowing utilities to make these decisions in isolation? And what's your appetite for protocols or rules around such engineering considerations?
So could you be more specific about which specific decisions?
Well, I think these are the decisions, the decision on line
de-energization?
Yes.
Well, again, we, like many other folks who've testified here, were caught flat-footed by the kinds of wind speeds that we were seeing in Northern California. We, based on past experience, knew it was a challenge in East County, San Diego. So I think we'll be looking at that. That's the purpose of our safety en banc next week, is to really dig into these questions. And so what are the guidelines? What's worked so far? What should we start to see in a more uniform program? How do we begin to apply that? I don't know that the engineering is hard, but a lot of this is based on practical experience. So if the PUC doesn't have something to look at, then we don't have that. There are experiences elsewhere in the world, but nothing so comprehensive as what San Diego seems to have devised. So I think we're going to be looking first and foremost to see what's applicable from that elsewhere in the state of California and for the other utilities.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions of President Picker? Very good. Thank you very much for coming up here. Hopefully that gives you enough time to get back to...
Hopefully, yes. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing your plans to unshackle me.
Yes, that sounds...
yeah, thanks.
That's a wonderful idea, and I, again, want to commend you for the changes that we've seen.
I won't say that there isn't good public policy reason for my staff to constantly advise me that it's not good to do things. So having those internal checks is certainly good, and I think that you'll hear from lots of other people that it's probably good to have external checks. But thank you.
Thank you very much, President Picker. Ms. Malashenko, welcome, and thank you for your patience and for the work you do. Looking forward to some comments, and then we may have some questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. Would you mind if we take a 2-minute break? I don't think I can quite make it through my testimony. Just 2 minutes.
I think that's a wonderful idea. We'll take a 2-minute break.
I'm really
Actually,
sorry.
we'll make it a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Jerry, very much. Nice job, too. Thank you. Really good stuff. Really appreciate it.
Hopefully we'll get some stuff.
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
So it's good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't want to put him on the spot like that, but
But I did.
But I did. Thank you for that. I'm going to have to bail out of here too.
Okay, no, that's right.
Thank you.
But I appreciate
Yeah, no, we will.
order, if we could. And appreciate the opportunity and the suggestion for a couple-minute break. But we did want to continue. Ms. Malashenko, thank you very much as the Director of the Safety and Enforcement Division at the California Public Utilities Commission. We appreciate your work and looking forward to your thoughts this morning, or this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I also want to acknowledge the very direct and personal losses experienced by residents of Santa Rosa and thousands of people in California. I also want to thank the first responders, the firefighters, law enforcement, and also volunteers through the community emergency response teams, the Red Cross, and many other organizations. When it comes to safety, we all depend on one another, and everyone can make a difference. As we heard a lot about this morning, we face great challenges as the state of California in the areas of safety, specifically wildfires that we focused on today. But I really also believe that as great of challenges as we face, we're also in the best possible position to face and address those challenges. I think we have a lot at our disposal to really face the issues that we have, and there are solutions that we can put in place to get ahead of this issue and prevent these kinds of crises in the future. And that's what I hope to talk a little bit more about with you today. I lead the Safety and Enforcement Program at the CPUC, which includes oversight of utility and rail infrastructure. The primary mandate of the Safety and Enforcement Group is to assure compliance with applicable state laws, the CPUC regulations, and some programs also enforce the federal laws and regulations as well. This work is primarily done through audits, infrastructure inspections, and incident investigations. In the electric safety program, we conduct about 15 to 20 comprehensive audits a year. These last at least a week, and about half of that time is spent in the field inspecting infrastructure. The group also conducts more than 300 investigations of incidents and customer complaints. When we find violations, there's different types of enforcement actions that the CPUC and CPUC staff can take, including assessing fines of $50,000 per violation per day. While the compliance work is at the center of safety and enforcement program, it's only as effective as the underlying regulations that are in place. And that's really is the area where the PUC has been leading nationally in looking at best practices and adopting the best regulations out there. I want to start by actually noting that the CPUC is one of the few states that has an electric safety program. Most other commissions that have a program focus on reliability, not specifically safety. Most of the states adopt something called the National Electric Safety Code as their regulation for safety and reliability. California doesn't use the National Electric Safety Code, partially because our regulations here in California were developed prior to National Electric Safety Code, and National Electric Safety Code it was based on some of the California's regulations. The key areas where California regulations exceeds National Electric Safety Code, namely in the area of vegetation management and line clearances between vegetation and electric lines. Nationally, there are federal regulations for transmission lines, for high voltage lines that went into effect after the blackouts in 2003. Other than the federal regulations, other states don't have requirements for line clearances on the distribution side. California and Oregon, to my knowledge, are the only states that have an actual strict clearance requirements. The National Electric Safety Code that's followed by most other states in the country have recommendations and best practices, but not enforceable requirements. So this is a very important domain in which California's regulations are already some of the most advanced nationally and in the world. And vegetation management and line clearances, this is a very important topic because when you look at fire incidents data, the single leading cause of electric fires is contact between vegetation and the energized electric facility with no underlying failure of electric facility as the cause. So basically, there's no failure on the electric facility part. It's initiated by the contact from vegetation. So that is the single leading cause of fires. And so managing vegetation as a state is a vital part of our wildfire prevention strategy. And the vegetation management rules were recently expanded in conjunction with the adoption of the fire maps that extended the rules that were already in place as part of Commission's regulations and made them even more strict, especially in the high fire threat zones. The several other areas where the development of fire maps is going to be of great benefits to fire prevention going forward. One of the main things that it does is it allows us for development of better risk-based policies and practices. One of the challenges that we deal here in California is just the amount of everything that we have, the size of the state and the amount of infrastructure. President Picker already gave you the statistics about the 4.2 million wooden poles, the 200,000 miles of just distribution lines. We also have at least 5 million trees just in Northern California directly in utility vegetation management programs. So that means that those are the trees that are being pruned and trimmed to maintain line clearances. But, you know, if we look at vegetation at the state level, there are tens of millions of trees that are growing in proximity to electric lines. So when we're looking at just the magnitude and scope of the issue, we need to know where to focus our resources and attention in order to be able to get ahead of that. And that's where the fire maps are really a vital tool, because they tell all of the agencies and the utilities of where the highest risk zones are, so we can focus on those areas first in terms of mitigation practices, and that can help everybody be more effective. However, the developments in the adoption of the fire maps, it's just a starting point. The maps themselves are not going to prevent wildfires. It really all is about what we do with this information. And this is, I think, where we have a lot of opportunities to build upon the work that's already been done and use the technologies and best practices that have been developed by different utilities and globally. We have now tools and data analytics that were not available before. Some of it is the light detection and ranging or LiDAR surveying techniques that's used to be very expensive. It only recently has become something that utilities can really cost effectively use to gather information. This gives you real-time data about the facilities and the vegetation in the proximity, combined with advanced data analytics, you can really start to be able to pinpoint areas where you may have high risk zones. This is much more effective than just physically patrolling lines on a annual or 5-year cycle and then pruning trees, right? This is all about getting more real-time and granular information to be able to respond a lot more quickly. So we can extend the use of LiDAR and data analytics, combine that with the fire threat maps, also getting real-time information about the weather conditions, and then having operational tactics in place to really respond to that. There was mention of the next step from the fire threat map exercise is for the PUC to work with CAL FIRE on the wind, as it's called, map. I think maps are a really great tool, but I think it's really using the technologies and capabilities we have to go beyond just static maps and really get to the point where we can get real-time information and be able to take those proactive steps as weather conditions change, for example. And that's really is something that was not available before. Just technologically, it was not something that we could really do even 10 years ago at scale. But now those tools exist. We have examples of where that's worked in practice, and I think we can build upon what's already been established and really and use those tools to move forward. The fire map tools are also useful resources for the PUC safety and enforcement team. They can help us focus on for audits and inspections. Our staff has been growing, but we still have very limited resources. So this is another tool for us to do our safety assurance more effectively. In addition to developing and implementing new policies related to utility wildfire mitigation, we've also been doing a lot of work internally to transform our safety program. I've been in the Safety and Enforcement Division for about 5 years now, I think. First as a deputy overseeing the utility side, and now as a director overseeing both utility and rail. And I've definitely seen the culture change both within SCD and at the commission. There's been mention of historically there being an issue of maybe this area not being seen as a place to be in comparison with other areas to work at the Commission on Energy Policy. I do think that's something that's changed. We get terrific applicants. We have a very strong management team. There's several advisors who, after completing the tour with commissioners, have come to work for SCD. We have people from Energy Division going from SCD. One of the best hires I've made, one of the things I'm most proud of in the last few years is hiring a deputy director, Palmer, to backfill me, who was in the National Guard and actually was one of the responders to Butte Fire. So he brings a lot of direct knowledge of fighting fires to the commission. Is really a stellar resource. So we are able to really attract a lot of high caliber people. We get a lot of applicants for our positions. So I do think that we have that change in culture where it is seen as an exciting and important place to work. And we have some of the highest scores internally on from employees in terms of job satisfaction and finding meaning in their work. I think it's really, we have a culture internally where people are proud of the work that they do. And size-wise, it's one of the largest division. We're over 200 people. The commission is at about 1,000. And when you take into account all of the attorneys and administrative law judges and other analysts across the commission who work on safety matters, about a third of the PUC staff work on safety. So we are a safety agency. It is a priority for the agency, and I think people who work directly on safety matters are very proud of the work that they do. But in addition to some of those cultural changes that I've personally witnessed over the last 5 years, we've been doing a lot of things structurally as well. One of the important efforts for us has been increasing the boots on the ground, the really people going out there in communities and inspecting infrastructure. In 2010, we had one program. It was one branch, one group for utility safety enforcement. There were generalists who covered all of electric, all of gas, and all of telecommunications infrastructure for the entire state of California, and there were 26 people doing that. So we've gone from that model 7 years ago to now having dedicated electric and safety groups. Our gas branch is now bigger than the combined utility safety program used to be. And we've also been taking steps to grow our electric safety program. Just 1 year ago, or a little over a year ago, we had 15 people in the electric facilities group. So those 15 people were providing safety oversight for the entire state of California, all of electric and actually telecommunication facilities. And with the increase in the kind of risks that we're seeing and the challenges that were being discussed around fire prevention, we just knew that this wasn't going to be enough. So by working with CPUC leadership, Department of Finance, and members of the legislature, we asked for additional resources, and we're actually granted those resources last year, this past summer. So now our program has grown from 15 positions to over 35. So we've been very busy hiring and training those people. That's more than doubling of our staff that's taking place right now. And we're also, they're not just being hired in to sit in the office. They're not going to be all in like headquarters in San Francisco. These are people who spread through the entire state, who are going to be going out there and inspecting infrastructure and assuring that the utilities are complying with all of those new regulations and policies that are being adopted by the Commission. In addition to the increase in staff, the Commission has also granted additional enforcement tools to the program. Prior to the last couple of years, the only way that the electric safety program could issue a fine against the utility was to bring a formal proceeding, adjudicatory case in front of the commissions. Those are major cases that take years to litigate. They're very resource intensive and take up a lot of time. So if we wanted to issue the $50,000 per violation per day fine, we had to go through this formal adjudicatory process. The commission has now granted citation authority to staff where up to $8 million we can just issue a citation administratively. It goes out just from with the signature of the director. The utility has appeal rights, but it greatly accelerates this process. So we're now able to take much faster enforcement actions. We actually did that last year with issuing $8.3 million fine to Pacific Gas and Electric for Butte fire. That was done through the citation program. And with the expansion of the resources that we have in that group, with the combination with this new enforcement tools, I think it's really going to help our program get to the next level of really being able to enforce the codes that are in place. And then, of course, our partnership with CAL FIRE and also Office of Emergency Services. Those are two close partnerships that we've developed over the last few years. Those really help in terms of both resources, access to knowledge, being able to do investigations concurrently. With the Butte Fire investigation, for example, we didn't have the memorandum of understanding in place yet, so our group had to wait for CAL FIRE to complete its investigation, issue a public report. We then had the same report as the public did, and only then were able to use that information to conduct our investigation. So it delayed everything, including our collective ability to exchange information and draw lessons learned. We're doing things completely differently now with these fires in 2017, where from the very beginning, our staff was going out in the field with CAL FIRE investigators jointly, looking at evidence, exchanging information. CAL FIRE is providing expertise to us around fire investigations and how fires spread, and we're able to assist CAL FIRE with providing engineering knowledge in the electric system. So it's a really, I think, a very important partnership that's not only going to help us accelerate how we do investigations, but really allow us to learn lessons a lot more quickly, and then jointly figure out actions that we can take based on that information to make sure that we put measures in place to prevent those incidents from taking place in the future. So with that, I am generally optimistic about our future and our capability to raise up to the challenge and serve California and protect people. I think this year marks the beginning of a very different regulatory environment for electric and communication companies. We have additional fire prevention rules in place. Our enforcement program has more than doubled. We have new enforcement tools. We have state partnerships and agencies working together like we've never had before. The technology and the knowledge is there from, both from work that companies such as SDG&E has done in San Diego, but also globally. We've both CAL FIRE and the PUC have been working with Australia on lessons learned there, and with Canada. So there are best practices out there. There is progress that's been made. There are tools available. We are putting some of the best policies in place in California. And I think if we stay on this path and all work together, we can really make a difference and get ahead of this for going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malyshenko. I think what we'll do is maybe, because some of the questions I have are kind of tailored to both CAL FIRE and your agency. So I didn't know if, let me introduce first Assistant Region Chief for the Northern Region, Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Greg McFadden. Greg, thank you very much. There you are, right there. Yeah. I saw you, but you were in front of Ken's thing there. Now I know. I figured it out. And Daniel Berlant, Assistant Deputy Director, Planning and Risk Analysis for Fire Engineering and Investigations for Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention. Thank you very much for being here today. Did you have anything to add with from the Chief's comments before we have a few questions? And feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Both Chief McFadden and I are here to answer any questions you might have. Chief Pemlock covered everything we had.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate that. And just if I could, on a couple of issues, I thought it was interesting you were talking about the expansion or the California, Ms. Malyshenko, the issue of where California is unique in that we have a safety and enforcement division. And I think President Picker also indicated that may be unique in the world, in fact, because they've separated safety from the financial or rate-setting operations of their agencies. Do you think he was, or are you perhaps suggesting that they should be separated from the PUC? We should have a separate safety division or a separate entity, organization, different reporting, different leadership, perhaps, than having it combined with rate making.
I was not intending by my comments to indicate one way or the other whether the safety and rate-making program should be housed in the same agency. I think there are different models out there. As far as the comments on the specifically on the electric safety program, I don't believe that there are similar programs that are housed elsewhere. So it's not that, that they're not necessarily part of PUCs. I think that type of work is generally just not done at the distribution level nationally. If you really look in detail, I think that you see states addressing maybe some specific issues, but even federally, the vegetation management rules that were put in place, as an example, they really were in response to the blackouts. They weren't safety driven. So I think it's generally an area nationally where electric safety, whichever agency it's housed in, it's unusual to see it as a program and to have actual inspectors and auditors in place going out, inspecting infrastructure, issuing citations, and doing investigations. Whenever I've reached out to other agencies anywhere and sort of done research on it, we typically find that the things that we're doing in California are at the forefront of any other states.
Okay, thank you. I should have asked him that same question when he was here. You mentioned, it's been highlighted a number of times, the MOU that's been established right before the October, in fact, it was new before the October fires, and then we've had the December fires. And you mentioned, Ms. Malyshenko, the issue of coordination now during investigations. I have a couple questions in that. How has that relationship performed since that MOU, and are you currently working with CAL FIRE in the investigations of these fires?
I guess I'll start, and maybe Daniel, you can add to it. Mr. Berland talks with Deputy Palmer, I think, almost on a daily basis. So I think he can really personally testify to how close that relationship is. Our level of coordination has really been on a daily basis with the October fires and the December fires, both on assessing what is happening on the ground, having our inspectors go out jointly with CAL FIRE, sharing information about the utility-related information. Again, they're a big part of first responders, so we're not only coordinating on the investigation side, we're also coordinating on all aspects of that relate to utility and fire response. In addition to coordination on these specific incidents, we've also had 2 interagency sort of working group meetings in which we're talking about more strategic things and putting plans together of training together and doing some joint audits. So across a very broad spectrum of issues, we're coordinating at different levels of the organization, and we have staff again, in these different groups and different roles who are talking with each other very, very regularly.
Well, do you see that the investigation, then, if this is a cooperative, coordinated investigation of these fires, will that change the timeline? And when you're completed with your investigation, is that will that be the investigation? Because my understanding historically, you would conduct your investigation, then you would do your investigation, and then we would see some adjudication at the end of the day. Is that format changed now?
I would say that the investigations are occurring at the same time. We're looking at some differences between those. We're specifically looking for the origin and the cause of the fire, and then who is responsible. The coordination, though, of information sharing has been a new piece since October between the 2 agencies. But I would say our fire investigation still is specific to our responsibilities and what we would typically do any other year. Timeline-wise, I would not expect expect that to have any impact on our ability to complete these investigations, and as Chief Pemlott mentioned, release that information to the public, and then more importantly for us, then to learn from what those investigations tell us. But they are, I would say, two separate investigations. We're just cooperating and providing information with each other as we go down these two tracks.
I think for the PUC, it has a major implication on the timeline. The previous practice has been that PUC staff would not begin an investigation until findings of CAL FIRE, because we don't have, again, with, historically, 12 or so resources, it's just not possible for us to investigate concurrently every fire, that may or may not have some utility infrastructure involvement. So the practice historically was that if CAL FIRE found that utility infrastructure was either responsible for the ignition or was involved in the ignition, at that point, we would only begin the investigation. So now that's completely gone. We've learned that just doesn't work for many reasons, and put this program in place. So for the PUC, I think it's going to make a major difference. I don't at this moment anticipate that we will all conclude our investigations exactly at the same time, because they are two parallel investigations, and we're looking into things that are different from what CAL FIRE is looking at. But I do think we will be able to, at the PUC side, bring our conclusion of our investigation to be a lot closer to the conclusion of CAL FIRE's investigation. And I do expect that our investigations will conclude at some point after. So we will, still CAL FIRE investigation reports will come out first. They will state the cause of the ignition, and then if in cases that there was some implication of utility infrastructure, so at some point after, the PUC staff investigations would conclude.
That's quite an improvement over the way it had been done before. One of the immediate term goals highlighted in the MOU is to work together on identifying the requirements for fire hazard prevention plans and communicating these requirements to the utilities. Is that working? I know it's still early in the process, but how do you see that playing out?
Yes, this is one of the topics that we've been discussing at the joint working sessions with CAL FIRE. We're also just brought on board resources at the PUC staff who are going to be focused on utility wildfire mitigation. Up until this year, we only had generalists, so we now have 3 positions that are dedicated exclusively to utility and wildfire prevention. So just at the beginning of this year, these resources are on board, so that's going to be their primary focus, is to work on that. We have utilities filing their wildfire mitigation plans. They have been doing that for several years. Through several requirements by the PUC and then legislatively. But the challenge has been, prior to our agreement with CAL FIRE, is we really don't have the expertise internally at the PUC to review those plans. They're very detailed, they're very technical. You need to understand wildfire prevention, and we have utility engineers who are generalists in utility infrastructure. So that's really going to be a push this year, is to jointly with CAL FIRE and maybe some external experts that we're going to bring on, is really start developing criteria and giving a lot more robust feedback back to utilities as to the areas where they need to improve their plans.
And what I would add to that is, thanks to the MOU, and as we work on an actual agreement where we can share funding, the CPUC is actually providing us the ability to provide technical expertise that we may have on staff, but also at our disposal to really help them build those plans. There's a lot of wildfire plans that are existent. The state has a strategic fire plan. Communities have fire plans. General plans in local cities and counties have fire plans. So we don't want to create another plan that creates some difference between them. So what we're really hoping to bring to the table with CPUC is knowledge of those plans so that we can be consistent with what we're telling local communities, what we're requiring other agencies as well. And so I think the relationship that we're building here is going to really make sure that these wildfire mitigation plans are meaningful and are not just a plan that sits on a desk and somebody checks the box that they completed them, but something that really helps both of our goal, which is reducing electric utility spark wildfires.
Very good, and that kind of leads to the next question, which is, you know, it's one of CAL FIRE's responsibilities within that MOU is to participate in identifying the best practices of design and operation of utility systems for the purposes of fire mitigation. This is not echoed in any PUC responsibilities. With whom are you participating? Are you participating with the utilities directly or through the CPUC?
I would say with both. Again, our relationship with CPUC has really grown tremendously over the past year now, and so that work will continue. But our working relationship with the utilities across the state has been a long-term partnership, both with our utility line inspection guide that we work with the utilities to provide them some best practices, and what we're looking at doing is updating those collaboratively with the utilities as well as with the CPUC. So I would say that that's across the board positive work that has been ongoing, but we're going to continue to strengthen that in the years to come.
Ms. Malchenko, do you share some responsibility in identifying some of the best practices of design and the operation of these utility systems?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think MOUs or anything else aside, I mean, I think we all have a responsibility to do what we can in our respective positions and with the resources that we have. I think one of the strengths of Safety and Enforcement Division is our knowledge of utility operations. So we're one of the most well-positioned entities to identify best practices and be able to really ask the different utilities about what they're doing and compare effectiveness of their program. So yes, I do think we have that responsibility and opportunity, and it's going to take us working with CAL FIRE, with the utilities, and again drawing on experts nationally and internationally to really move us forward. I think for me, one of the lessons learned of where we are right now is that we don't have a lot of low-hanging fruit, so to speak. We have some of the most aggressive vegetation management programs. We have adopted these fire maps that have not been adopted anywhere in the world, as far as I know. We've been focused on this already. So for us to really get to the next level, it's going to take a lot of creative thinking. It's going to take looking at expertise globally and really tapping into knowledge of everybody at the agencies, the private sector, and anybody else who may have ideas as to what to do next.
All right, thank you. Mr. Berlant, in data requests between the PUC and PG&E during the October wildfires last year, PG&E said it proactively de-energizes power lines when directed to do so by CAL FIRE. For the October fires, PG&E said CAL FIRE directed them to de-energize 5 distribution lines and 3 transmission lines. Can you explain to me how CAL FIRE determines a line should be de-energized or not?
Yeah, I actually will refer that here to Chief McFadden as well. But I will tell you that not just in October, but really over the last several years, we've seen a major increase in communication with the utility companies at the fires themselves, saying, you know, where's the fire going? What's the direction? Where do we need to start preparing for, as you said, de-energizing those lines? So a lot of coordination goes on at the ground level. It's not a management decision made in Sacramento where we, you know, are forecasting out areas of concern. It's really incident-based at the field level of where the fire is going, and that allows the utilities to make decisions of ensuring the safety of not only our firefighters, but the public. But I don't know if you have anything to...
No, that's pretty much it. It's the IC that's out there at the incident commander, at the incident, probably asking to have those lines de-energized so that response teams or responders can get in there safely, and any evacuations that are going. So power lines are starting to fall down, poles are falling over, trees are taken out, power lines as well. So to make it safe for the public and the safety of our responders.
So that's the criteria that they use?
I'm assuming
is
that...
safety issue of the first responders and the men on the ground?
Yes, it's for the safety of the responders and the public.
Okay, so is it, what you're saying then is that decision is made because of the wind or after the fire starts, or is there a decision point before a fire starts where de-energization would take effect or be requested by CAL FIRE?
Well, I'm not aware of any pre-distributions being turned down because of a predicted wind event that we're employing yet as a CAL FIRE agency, asking that to be done.
So these are after the fire?
These are after the fires have been initiated or started, and then we have incident commanders, responders out there and asking for PG&E to come in and shut down a section of the grid so that we can have our responders and the public trying to escape or evacuate out, get out safely without being...
Did you find when you made those requests, was there any problem, or were they were
No,
handled?
very, very cooperative and usually very quickly response to have that done.
Okay, that's good. Have they ever requested, well, that would be with the PUC, a request to de-energize the system or a line on their own? So that would come from their request. Do the utilities make those requests of the PUC to de-energize?
As a regulatory agency, we're not set up to make operational decisions. And I would just echo what was stated by CAL FIRE. It's really up to you need to be as close to the ground as possible. You want to be looking at local conditions to be able to make that call. So during fire events, it's really up to the incident command to make the decision as to what's needed in that area. As far as leading up to events, San Diego Gas and Electric is the only utility right now that has a program for proactively de-energizing lines.
Who has that again? I'm sorry.
San Diego Gas and Electric,
right.
SDG&E. They, under the commission decision that granted them that authority, there's some specific conditions that it has to be for fire prevention. And after the event, after the de-energization, the company files reports with the Safety and Enforcement Division, and we perform an after-action review. We don't have any specific criteria that the commission established. It's really as a reasonableness check. It's subjective at this point. But if there were some red flags, for example, if a utility de-energized something with no apparent risks of wildfire starting, that is something that we could investigate and potentially take an enforcement action on. So that's how it currently is set up. And as President Picker mentioned, the commission is planning to continue to look at this and evaluate prior actions of SDG&E to learn from them, because they're the only utility that's been using this as a tool on a regular basis, and then discuss what this program needs to look like going forward.
Okay, good, thank you. Chief McFadden, you've never had a time when a utility has refused a request?
No, we haven't. They've always been very responsive to come out and take care of that.
Very good. All right, thank you for the opportunity and for your input today and the testimony. It's very helpful. afternoon. So thank you very much. We'll now move to our final little panel in the group. It's how do electric utilities prevent and mitigate wildfires? We have 3 representatives from our 3 electric utilities in California. Pat Hogan, Senior Vice President, Electric Operations for Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Phil Harrington, Senior Vice President, Transmission and Distribution, Southern California Edison. And Brian D'Agostino, Meteorology Program Manager, San Diego Gas and Electric Company. So we appreciate your being here, and since we have, looking at the agenda, Mr. Hogan, welcome. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
And if you have some comments, I guess, at first, and then be happy to, we have a few questions we'd love to ask as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon now.
Yes, unfortunately.
Thank you for convening today's hearing, and thank you, Assemblymember Levine, for hanging in there. Again, my name is Pat Hogan. I'm the Senior Vice President of Electric Operations for PG&E. Before I begin, I do want to, on behalf of all the folks at PG&E, I want to express my heartfelt sympathies for the thousands of families that were affected by last year's fires, and particularly those who lost loved ones and homes. They continue to be in my thoughts, and they're really in the thoughts of the entire PG&E family. As they recover and rebuild, they have our commitment that PG&E will be here to support those efforts. And above all, they and our customers, our employees, our contractors, have our commitment that safety will continue to be PG&E's #1 priority. In keeping with that commitment, we have taken and continue to take extensive steps to increase our wildfire prevention efforts. I'll highlight some of these in my opening remarks, including some of the actions we've taken since the committee's last hearing in 2015. I'll also touch on further opportunities we see going forward, understanding, as I believe we all do, and it's been mentioned many times today, that this challenge of an evolving climate is growing. As we've heard many times today, wildfires in California are becoming more frequent and more destructive. In 2016, our state experienced more than 4,700 wildfires. Last year was more than 7,000, including some of the largest and most destructive in our history. Over just the past 2 years, we've seen millions of trees killed by extended drought, by bark beetle infestation, bringing the most recent count to 129 million dead trees in California. We've seen record winter storms this year, record precipitation in our service territory. Chief talked about it earlier. That really led to the vegetation becoming abundant fuel. And then in recent months, we've seen extraordinary winds. As Governor Brown indicated, and again was repeated many times today, this is really reflecting a new normal for us in California. These extremes are fundamentally changing our landscape, both the physical landscape as well as our risk management landscape. In light of this reality, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to work together to continue to evolve our prevention and response efforts and to develop best practices and solutions for the evolving conditions of this new normal. In defining best practices, we need to keep in mind that each utility service territory has different risks. And that really it's based on environment, weather, vegetation, terrain, population density, and there are other factors as well. And what may be an appropriate practice for one utility may not always be appropriate for another. It's in that spirit that I appreciate this opportunity to be here today. Let me start by describing some of the plans and programs that are already in place at PG&E, including the actions that we've taken since the committee's last hearing. These plans and programs really fall into 3 main categories. One is our vegetation management program. The second is our strategies and how we manage our assets. And the third is our emergency preparedness and response. I'll start with vegetation management. Really, given the vast number of trees in our service territory, we think this focus is critical to our customer safety. Across PG&E's 70,000 square mile service area, there are over 120 million trees that have the potential to grow or fall into our power lines. To mitigate that risk, we operate one of the most robust vegetation management programs in this industry, covering a total of over 100,000 miles of overhead line. We inspect and monitor every single mile of these lines at least once a year, and in certain locations where the risk of vegetation-caused outages and wires down is higher, we inspect our lines multiple times per year. As a result of these inspections, we prune or remove approximately 1.4 million trees every year. Another element of our program is clearing vegetation around approximately 120,000 utility poles. We continuously monitor the effectiveness of these efforts through quality assurance audits to verify the inspections and the tree work that are done by our contractors is complete. I also want to point out that the enhanced efforts we've taken in the past few years to address areas particularly affected by drought and bark beetle. This is work that when we first started was conducted seasonally. It's now conducted year-round. We have second patrols that cover approximately 65% of our distribution line miles in 2017, and that's up from about 38% in 2015. We've implemented innovative technologies, Ms. Malashenko mentioned one of them, such as LIDAR, to improve our ability to identify those dead and dying trees. We've extended the time of year during which we conduct aerial fire patrols. This past year in 2017, they ran from mid-June all the way through December. All of these enhanced efforts have helped us identify and remove roughly 386,000 trees, dead and dying trees, in the past 2 years. And that really compares to pre-drought, where we were taking out 20 to 30,000 a year. So huge ramp up in that. You can also see evidence of this in our annual spending on vegetation management, which nearly doubled in the past few years, from about $247 million in 2014 to $440 million last year, and equivalent funding for this year. Another key element of our wildfire mitigation is how we manage our assets. This is an area where we've taken additional actions in recent years as well. I'll highlight a few of those. The first is extending the reach of our SCADA program. SCADA, as many of you know, is supervisory control and data acquisition. It's technology that allows us to remotely monitor and control equipment on our system. One of the advantages of SCADA is that it provides a capability to remotely operate devices such as reclosers. Reclosers play a critical role in maintaining the safety of our system and avoiding sustained power outages which can pose a risk to public safety. When we last met with this committee back in 2015, we were in the process of installing SCADA in high-risk wildfire areas. And we are now expanding this to include approximately 1,000 additional SCADA-enabled reclosers in the Fire Map 2 area in extreme and elevated areas. So as we gather additional learnings from our pilot program and from other utilities, we continue to evolve our policies and practices with regard to reclosers. As we do, our overall goal will be to continue to be the same, to use reclosing devices for the benefit, to use the reclosing device in a manner that improves public safety. In addition to expanding our SCADA capabilities, another effort we've undertaken is replacing surge arresters that CAL FIRE has certified as having a lower fire risk. We started replacing these in 2017, and we'll replace approximately 90,000 of them over the next several years. We're also replacing significant amounts of older and smaller conductor through our targeted conductor replacement program. Over the past 6 years, we replaced 341 miles of conductor that will now have a lower fire risk. Another critical component of our wildfire plan is our emergency preparedness and response. Restoring utility service is a prerequisite for returning life to some sense of normalcy. PG&E works closely with CAL FIRE, as you heard earlier, and our local first responders to prepare for emergencies. These close ties are important, and they're really important when things happen, when speed and coordination are of the essence. We thank those first responders for their extraordinary service, without which PG&E could not do its job of restoring gas and electricity. We also thank our customers for their patience as we completed the work in this past wildfire, our largest restoration since the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake. During last year's restoration effort, we brought to bear 4,300 linemen, gas workers, engineers, troubleshooters, and other skilled professionals here, and worked to restore power and gas service from 4 base camps that were set up. I want to thank, I know they left, Senator Dodd and Senator McGuire, as well as some of the members of the public, for recognizing the yeoman's effort of the men and women of PG&E, and I will carry that message back to them. Very meaningful. As I said when I started, we recognize the wildfire risk in California is growing. We've heard that a lot today as the climate continues to change and evolve. Our plans and programs are evolving in response as well, and we know they will continue to evolve. We're working to incorporate this new normal into how we adapt, how we proactively manage risks, how we plan and invest, and how we operate and to make our system more resilient. Along these lines, we also look forward to engaging in multi-party discussions, including with the CPUC, local government and elected officials and community leaders about circumstances in which utilities should consider proactively shutting off power to reduce wildfire risk. This has been described a few times as a highly complex issue with significant public safety risk, all of which needs to be carefully considered, communicated, and addressed. These are not simple solutions. I'll close by emphasizing that PG&E is ready to work with you, Senator, and with all the parties in this state on the overall challenge we face, and as we work to ensure the safety of all of our communities. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I know we have some questions, but before we'll go to Mr. Harrington. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Hill, Senator Levine, remaining members of the panel. I'm Bill Harrington, again, Senior Vice President, Transmission Distribution at Southern California Edison. As we all know, last month, a number of our communities in our territory.
Mr. Harrington, could you move the microphone a little closer to you? Thank you.
Turn it
a
on.
little louder. Oh,
There we
turn it
My
on.
bad.
Okay. Thank you.
So, as we all know, last month, a number of our communities in our territory suffered the largest wildfire by acreage in California history. Earlier this month, we also experienced a powerful rainstorm, resulting in a catastrophic mudslide. Our hearts go out to all who have been impacted by these events, and recovery from these events and fires will take a united effort. Edison will be there with every step of the way to help our communities heal and thrive again. We're continuing to assist people affected by the earlier wildfires, and we're providing staff at local assistance centers in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties, while working with affected customers and expediting needed services changes, waiving certain fees and deposits, forgiving bills, and making payment arrangements. We're partnering with the American Red Cross and United Way as well to provide needed services. We also want to recognize the efforts of CAL FIRE, our first responders, employees, including line crews from IBEW Local 47. As of Tuesday, power has been restored to all homes in the Montecito area except those homes that require city inspection and safety checks. SE crews working that area replaced 101 poles, 29 transformers, and 75,000 feet of cable and wire. The intensity of these recent disasters demonstrate the reality that we are, in fact, in an era that's become the new normal. It's a term we've heard many, many times today. The dramatic impact of the ongoing climate change is clear. The last 4 years have been the hottest recorded period in the history of federal weather records. 8 of California's 20 most destructive wildfires have occurred just since 2015. Statewide losses in 2017 due to wildfire-related events are already staggering in terms of lives lost, homes and structures destroyed and damaged, and significant harmful effects on California's landscape and environment. Research suggests development of nearly 1 million new California homes by mid-century, so this problem is only going to get worse. Adaptation to these extreme events is an urgent challenge facing all Californians, and we must confront these challenges together and develop workable solutions on which we can all agree. The extreme risks we face demand strong leadership from government and by a broad group of stakeholders. That's why we welcome participation in this forum today. We're committed to securing the safety of the communities which we serve and by adapting our infrastructure and operations to meet the new challenges. SCE's core mission is and remains to safely deliver affordable, clean, and reliable electricity. So over the years, we're going to talk a little bit about our process and procedures to deal with wildfire mitigation. Over the years, we've adopted comprehensive wildfire mitigation strategies comprising 3 main elements. First, activities around and assessing risk. How do we determine risk? Secondly, once we identify that risk, how do we mitigate it? And thirdly, when we do have a wildfire event, or any event for that matter, how do we respond? So first, I'd like to talk a little bit about how we identify risks. One of the most important components of our risk assessment is our partnership with our communities. This is extremely important for us because 30% of our 50,000 square mile territory is in a high fire risk area. So SCE actively participates in wildfire response planning with fire agencies, including CAL FIRE, throughout our service territory. We continue to build upon our already strong partnerships with state and local agencies, including our well-established Operation Santa Ana, where SCE personnel and state and county fire agencies conduct joint patrols in the most fire-sensitive areas in our service territory. Much like all utilities here in California, we have a very robust vegetation management program, and what I'm talking about right now are inspections, annual and mid-cycle patrols, and we leverage aerial inspections in hard-to-reach locations in high-fire areas. Since the last time we were here in 2015, we've enhanced our vegetation management program by increasing our attention to circuits which demonstrate a higher propensity to trip, and introducing LIDAR to those hard-to-access areas. Additionally, we have thorough inspection programs for all our distribution circuits, transmission lines, and substations. On top of our inspection programs, SCE has implemented a holistic risk management approach, which looks at various components including safety, reliability, environment, and compliance, and a finance as well as an investment prioritization framework that uses those same elements. So risk, safety are included in all the decisions we make at SoCal Edison. We have in-house meteorologists with access to a wide variety of data, and we provide regular weather reports and forecasts, and we're currently developing predictive capabilities to determine the potential for wildfires based on local weather conditions and other site-related data. So once we understand the risk, and once we've assessed the risk, we use additional weather resources, such as a partnership we now have with Orange County. We're deploying 14 high-definition cameras throughout the county, again, to assist in fire assessment and fire response. Again, back to vegetation management, one of the most important activities in our mitigation efforts is vegetation management. Our crews pursue multiple trims a year in high-growth trees and ensure the required clearances are maintained throughout the year. Since 2015, we've removed over 80,000 dead or dying trees as part of our bark beetle drought resolution initiative programs, plus another 37,000 trees as part of our routine tree removal program. So much like PG&E, we are removing a great many trees every year. We're currently implementing a GIS-based network that spatially tracks each inventory tree to allow for improved forecasting. So we're continuing to evolve in our vegetation management practices. Another key element of our mitigation is our robust design and construction standards. We continue to advance our grid by piloting and introducing new technology that reduces the risk of wildfires. We've installed and are evaluating protection devices with extra sensitive tripping settings that react quicker when a fault occurs to reduce the fault energy. We're installing transformers and non-flammable fluid to eliminate the ignition source from this device as well. We're introducing covered conductor in high-fired areas, and we'll continue to review undergrounding as an option where it makes the most sense. We've replaced over 39,000 poles in high-fire areas since 2014, and we've invested almost $600 million in our overhead conductor program from 2015 to 2018 with an eye to safety. When the National Weather Service declares a red flag warning, the company will not automatically re-energize distribution circuits as well in high-fire areas after circuit interruption. We've been doing this practice for over a decade. Most electric circuit interruptions or faults are momentary. Under normal conditions, the grid automatically tests the circuit, and if the fault condition no longer exists, the circuit is quickly re-energized. However, during red flag conditions, our circuits are not automatically re-energized, and SCE crews must physically inspect the lines before they are re-energized. We're also currently exploring blocking our transmission subtrans reclosers, similar to the way we do our distribution network. And another operational practice that reduces wildfire risk is what we call our public safety power shutoff, which shuts down power preemptively in limited high-risk areas only during the most extreme weather conditions. So we actually do have a program. We'll have to work with SED to talk a little bit more about that, but we have an active program as well. SCE applied this practice during red flag event in December 2017 due to a forecast of unusually high winds. The company coordinated with fire agencies and other first responders, notified customers with special attention paid to critical care customers, and provided other assistance in advance of shutting off the power. We're currently evaluating microgrids and developing a plan to deploy portable generators to support critical customers, infrastructure, and reduce the impact of an outage. Lastly, in terms of our mitigation, how do we respond to an event? Or following mitigation, how do we respond to an event when it happens? First, again, our partnerships with state and local agencies. We have a fire management team with both utility field experience and firefighting experience combined, the same individuals. They work closely with fire agencies throughout our service territory, and we provide training around electrical safety, and we have learned from each other the value of proactively staging resources during extreme weather conditions. We provide support to community emergencies and operations centers and coordinate with community groups during and after an event. SCE adopted FEMA's incident command system as well to optimize its ability to coordinate any response with federal, state, and local agencies. And we've increased our roster of trained individuals from across the company to support this system. Both of these efforts contribute to the third element of our response, which is community outreach and public awareness. Because of our partnerships, we're able to exchange timely information with first responders about conditions on the ground and restoration timeframes. Our ICS structure enables us to effectively provide that information to the media, and government officials, communities, and customers. So moving forward, we recognize that wildfire risk is growing and will continue to evolve and lean into solutions that mitigate wildfire risk. We will introduce new technology and prioritize our work to ensure safety of the public and our workers, including new protective devices, advanced weather predicting capabilities, and grid hardening. We will evaluate and consider all options to build on our current strategy and reduce the threat of wildfires. It's imperative that we improve fire safety for all Californians by taking immediate action to implement clear state standards for critical infrastructure, to develop smarter policies around building structures in high fire areas, and that we execute state-coordinated funding strategies to effectively address fire prevention and fire suppression. When wildfires do occur, the state needs a new approach to allocating costs so that the risk is appropriately shared and insurance coverage remains affordable. There's no sustainable way for California to mitigate risk related to climate change without making fundamental changes to address these critical issues. We must find workable solutions before the next fire season, and we're looking forward to working with our state legislators, our regulators, courts, and all the stakeholders involved to immediately engage to address the elements of this profound statewide risk. Again, we want to thank you for the opportunity to share our views and to participate in the creative solutions to California's wildfire threat in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. We'll move to San Diego Gas and Electric, and Mr. D'Agostino. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Assembly Member. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and talk a bit about integrating the technology. We've heard about that need for the increased technology, and that's something that we've been very committed to in San Diego now. I am a degreed meteorologist, and I joined our operations teams in 2009, and we've really been working tirelessly since to try to better understand how wildfire impacts Southern California, in particular San Diego County, and some steps that we can take to mitigate that wildfire risk. And we have taken some major steps. One is the development of the largest utility weather network that exists anywhere in the nation and likely the world. At 170 weather stations, right now it gives us relative humidity, temperature, wind speed, wind gusts, and it gives us that information every 10 minutes. So when we look at the new CAL FIRE mapping with both Tier 2 and Tier 3 levels, right now every circuit that is in those levels currently has its own weather station. And this becomes very important in day-to-day operations of the system. So whenever there is an outage or a fault on any of those circuits, our operators automatically know what is the wind speed on that circuit, what is the relative humidity. So it turns into feeding into that safety environment where you automatically know what the weather is doing on a circuit on a beautiful day and then also under extreme conditions. It really helps us learn a lot of information about the area that we're providing this service to. So that's something that it's a great foundation to the technology that we're developing. Another thing that's been extremely important with all of this information is collaborating and sharing it. Both with folks from the National Weather Service to the local universities. University of California, we've worked with them very closely with a lot of this information. We even develop certain websites to get it out to the firefighters that are on the front lines because it does give such a wealth of information. So this is something that we focus on a lot. It's once we gather all of this weather information, how do we get it out into the community and in the hand of the first responders as a tool? The other thing that we looked at is once we started to understand what the weather was doing on all of the circuits in these higher rated Tier 2, Tier 3 areas, we needed to generate forecasts and really understand what was the weather going to do on each of those. And technology, it was not there to support that level, meaning you couldn't go buy something from IBM that would give you that level of weather intelligence. So we did develop it in-house. We ended up bringing supercomputers in and running high-resolution forecast models, and that would give us really good information as to exactly what we expected the winds to do, because we would really have to anticipate these extreme winds. As we've heard here, it's very hard to anticipate winds getting 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, especially in places where there's not a historical record for some of that. So being able to anticipate this level of event became one of our crucial goals. because we have to anticipate this happening in order to take the proper preparations to mitigate that risk. So that's something we've looked at closely. And we do need to operate the system safely, of course, 365 days a year, not just when we have these extreme events. So with that, we've developed tools and analytical tools to help with this. In San Diego, we call it the Fire Potential Index, but it takes our 8 districts and it really rates what is the possibility that we're going to see, or what is the potential for a large fire in any of these districts. And we look at this day and night, 365 days a year, and it helps us make those decisions in terms of when does reclosing go on, when does it go off, and it really builds a culture around understanding fire potential year-round. I mean, it's amazing to think here we are heading into the last weekend in January. The National Weather Service in San Diego issued a fire weather watch this morning, and we're looking at winds 60 to 80 miles per hour before the weekend is out. So it's something that we deal with year-round, as I think we've all discussed here today. Another real technology that we're looking at, and this is, from what we can tell, cutting-edge fire behavior modeling systems in the whole world. We've talked to Australia about this technology. We've talked to folks in Chile about it, but it's using fire simulations and fire behavior modeling. So every day in San Diego, we're simulating over 10 million virtual wildfires all across our terrain. And it really helps us understand where the highest risks are. And when we're looking to mitigate that risk and start deploying field resources and trying to get people in the right place at the right time to make observations on the electric system to try to keep everything safe, this type of technology has been very, very beneficial. Another thing I wanted to mention, and we've heard about the camera networks. We've also found those to be extremely valuable. We currently monitor 107 cameras that are operating across San Diego. And this has been done mostly in partnerships with the University of California, but most mountaintops in San Diego are now covered with cameras. A lot of them are pan, tilt, zoom capabilities, and we give all of the ability to operate those also to the fire agencies as they make that a primary tool that's used right now. With this, I wanted to leave it at that in terms of the technology, but I look forward to answering any possible questions that you may have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Assemblymember Levine.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, three of you, for your testimony. And I think to Mr. Hogan's point, it is important to point out how quickly PG&E did mobilize thousands of people to help people bring their lives back to normalcy after the fires. So thank you to all of the women and men that did that, and to all of your companies that helped people after the fires to just get back to life that could. The state budget is something that I have a little bit of control over. I think you know what I mean, Senator Hill, just a little bit. And after these fires, I think that there is an opportunity for us to push for more targeted spending or investment in this type of preparation. We probably can't get everything that we want, but I don't think even if we did, we'd be able to protect from every threat. And I think that's something that you all experience yourselves as you're doing your own budgeting, which I have no control over, because that's what I wanted to get to. How do you, when you're talking about, you were introduced as the 3 electricity utilities, but you're just 3 of the electricity utilities. You happen to be the 3 investor-owned utilities. There are many more municipal utilities that also are responsible for service and distribution. And then, of course, there's the growing community choice aggregation company that is only for energy procurement, relying upon you and others for that service and delivery. But how do you, when you're dealing with the bottom line, figure out what that budget will be to do all of the preparation and protection and mitigation for risk?
So
So I'll start, and I want to thank you, Assemblyman, for your kind comments about our men and women. I'll bring that back as well. It does really mean a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to our people as well. I think I think you really get to the heart of the matter, Assembly Member. It's this is a statewide problem, right? It's not one entity is not going to fix it. It's really we need to work together on a shared solution, and each of us are going to play our part in that. So for us, particular in what we lay out in terms of where we allocate our resources, it's very much a risk-informed budget allocation for our work. And I just use as an example, a few years ago we were spending on the order of $200 million, a little over $200 million on our vegetation management program. As we saw the conditions changing with the drought, with the bark beetle, and the amount of dead, disease, and dying trees in the state of California, we recognized we had to ramp that up. And that's an area. Then we were also working with the governor's office and also with the CPUC. We were able to do that as well. So it's those types of things. You need to have the right data. You need to have the right partnerships out in the community, and then you need to risk rank the items that you're going after.
And there, you said it was a couple of years ago, 200 million.
Yes.
What's been the
trajectory for growth?
It's
we're over, like, I think last year was about $440 million in vegetation management alone.
This is extraordinarily challenging for you because, as we've discussed today, we have about 110 million dead trees, and they're just fuel ready to go throughout the state. The state itself is updating its own vegetation management plan, which has its own hurdles as far as environmental groups that may be concerned about what we're trying to do to be more proactive about this. But I think it is time to be creative to protect our communities. Do the other two gentlemen want to comment on how you budget for keeping our communities safe, and how are you looking at the difference that today is from a generation ago?
I will take a couple of different directions on that. I do agree with Pat here as far as the partnership element of it. The needs and the service we provide is really it's on many levels, and of course there's electric supply, but there's safety, the security of our communities, and all of those dimensions come to play as we assess what and where we should be investing our money. I think understanding the needs of the community and the safety needs as well all factor into the primary decision, which is how do we allocate the funds and where do we invest on our grid. Pat mentioned a risk-informed network or risk-informed framework. We have a very developed risk-informed framework. Again, I mentioned that in my discussion points, targeting a number of different elements, including risk, of which fire safety is one of those, and a number of other dimensions that we look at as far as when we decide to make or not make an investment. I will say, I think to your point about what it was a generation ago, I think utilities have historically, through their entire history, evolved to new conditions. And I would say right now we have a step change driven by climate change. But I'm confident that with the partnerships that we're constructing and have constructed, we'll be able to address this change. But I think it will take just that, a partnership with our regulators, our legislators, courts, other utilities, and it was also mentioned key experts and stakeholders from outside our state. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge about wildfires globally that we need to pull into this assessment. So I think coming to some standards and coming to a framework that we can evaluate safety and having a conversation among a number of stakeholders in that discussion and assessment will be key to ultimately making the best decision we can. I think the number term, other than new normal, the other term that's been mentioned many times today is complex. There are trade-offs with all of these decisions we're making, and I think that's why the stakeholder process is especially important for what we're doing right now.
And Mr. Hogan described a 2x investment in vegetation management. Is there a similar increase in investment at SCE?
Yeah, I don't have those figures readily available, yes, and we're also investing, I'd say more importantly, just simply in the dollars, but in the technologies that will assist us and direct us to make very wise and efficient decisions as we try to do more and more and do better and better in vegetation management.
Mr. D'Agostino, do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing to add right now, thank you.
Okay. One of the points that I made in talking about the diversity of who provides energy to Californians is that you are responsible for the service and delivery of that electricity, and there is huge cost to that. You also are compensated for it, but that cost seems to be rising because of the risks that are increasing and the inability to predict what, how it will impact us, particularly with so much dead foliage. Is that business model sustainable, particularly as Sonoma County has a clean power CCA, Marin does? You have competitors that are not taking care of those lines. Their customers are still paying you for taking care of them, but the risks increase, and you're not getting the profits from the energy procurement and energy that you're selling. Does that put your whole business model at risk as well? Is this business sustainable as the competitive marketplace changes? Or is this not really affecting the amount of resources you are able to give as an IOU to the safety issue?
So I'll start with the
I know
issue.
you guys aren't completely happy about the competition, but I want to get to a little bit of the math.
The issue you raised has a hearing all on of its own here, but if I was just to kind of boil it down simply, CCAs is really about the delivery the production of the power, right? And so that power flows over our power lines, we deliver it to customers, and those customers compensate us for that. So that in theory is not an issue. What ends up being an issue is the cost shift that occurs as a result of that, the mechanisms there. But that really and truly is beyond my depth, and is a hearing all on itself. And there's plenty of proceedings going on in that space. So the model is laid out to me is absolutely sustainable, but there are items that absolutely would need to be fixed.
So I won't wade into the waters Pat was able to navigate as well on community choice aggregation. There are many proceedings going on there. But I do want to come back to one theme, and I will continue to do it probably if I have the opportunity. The short answer is yes. And my earlier comment about utilities have evolved over time, and obviously not all of them are still around. There's been changes in the business over time. But I think there's a reason for that. It's because we can innovate. And I think not only do we have a sustainable business model, but I think even more now than ever, we have a unique role to play in California in helping California realize its goals of carbon-free transportation, of electrifying transportation, and other initiatives the state is looking to pursue. We can be in the center of that, innovating, at the same time innovating in a way that makes our grid safer and more free from the risk of wildfires. Now, this is going to be very complex. Obviously, there is lots of discussions that need to go on around what those models look like and how we approach each one of those issues. But I truly believe that this is probably a more important time for utilities to be part of the space and active, and I do view it as a very sustainable business model.
And so we haven't completed any investigations about how the fire started, and so I don't want to decide that here, but as these events occur, does it change that viewpoint? And then if there is fault in an incident like this, does that further change the viewpoint because of the financial risk to your companies of that type of liability, that there's got to be perhaps another way for us to manage those lines that actually may separate it from the companies as we know it today? I don't know if you spin it out to another company. However, I'm talking about the long-term financial risk, and that maybe is a different member of your executive team. But do you guys talk about that at all?
So absolutely, it's again, I think you're really getting the heart of some really critical questions here and critical issues. And I go back to what I said earlier. These are statewide issues. These are statewide issues, and we need statewide solutions. When you're talking about the financial implications, there's a theory of a very flawed legal doctrine, in my view, of inverse condemnation here in California. In terms of best practices, there's nobody else looking at that as a best practice. And so inverse condemnation is really a challenge that I think us as the state of California needs to come to grips with.
I would say, to Pat's point, I think there are structural elements in the way that we're accounting for risk in the California model. I think the opportunity there is to fix those. Coming back to the business model, I still think it's sustainable. I mean, these risks are out there. They're obviously challenging the insurance markets. But whatever path we choose, I think the utility has a role to be in the center of the delivery of power in California. And again, I feel very strongly about that. I genuinely feel that's the right answer. And I think there are plenty of things that will need to be fixed. As I think all of us and everybody in this room has highlighted today, this is a very time-sensitive issue. We should not let this moment pass without fixing a lot of the things that need to be fixed in the structure of how we're addressing risk in California. But I don't think the business model is the real problem.
All right, well, thank you, three of you, and thanks for coming to my district to talk about the challenges that your industry and your company is facing and how you're planning to do this.
Thank you, Assemblyman Levine. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Levine, for the questions. They're very provocative. I guess it's probably the best way to describe it, and I like that. So I'd like to focus a little bit on the de-energizing issue and reclosures. The last time we spoke on this topic, at least Mr. Hogan and I were the two here from at that hearing 2 years ago. I asked all of you, the companies, the challenges associated with faults where the line remains energized. I had asked all to specify your automatic circuit reclosed policies. This was to ascertain how you dealt with the the reclosures to automatically energize a line after it was faulted. SDG&E at the time said, declaratively stated, we turn off these automatic reclosures well before fire season. Edison's vice president, Mr. Paul Grigot, then said, we proactively block the reclosures during the Santa Ana season. And I think you indicated that, Mr. Harrington, that you'd also turn your reclosures off when you feel during that Santa Ana time or when circumstances are prevalent.
That's right. Red flag warnings, we can do that remotely. So
and we do that. And Mr. Hogan, I asked you the same question, and you stated, and I had to go back and look at the recording to remind myself, and then I kicked myself after I did that, because your answer was by putting SCADA on the reclosures, we're able to take those reclosures out of service. But I realized after listening to that you really didn't answer my question, and I should have followed up on that question. So it's now my understanding that PG&E has installed capabilities to remotely disable the reclosing function via SCADA on about 75% of the line reclosures in your system.
That's correct.
That's
yes.
Right. But do you actively disable these reclosures like your colleagues do in wildfire seasons or when circumstances are prevalent that would warrant that?
Thanks, Senator. And I saw your reports in the media, and I was taken by surprise as well. So I went back also and to review my testimony, and I really was responding to your question around were we investing in technologies to limit the current, and that's how I answered, and we did deliver on that. I said at that time we were putting in our reclosers in our high-risk wildfire areas, and we'd be complete in the following year, which obviously was 2016, which we completed that. And then we developed a pilot for turning those reclosures off for the 2017 wildfire season. And what we did was we picked our top 10% of the high-risk areas, which at that time we were operating under Fire Map 1. I think we all recognize we've moved on to Fire Map 2, but that time was Fire Map 1. We picked our top 10%. And we put together a program to proactively to take those reclosers out of service when we had high fire risk in those areas, and we did implement that for the 2017 fire season. That was about 38 of our reclosers, and the intent was to make sure that it worked, make sure there weren't any unintended consequences. One of the things I said earlier is what's a best practice in one region doesn't always turn out to be a best practice in another region, and there's lots of examples of that. been in this business for 31 years, and I've seen that play out multiple times. And so the prudent operation that we took was to create a pilot, make sure that it worked, that there were no unintended consequences, and then seek to roll that out further. So that's what we're doing. And as a matter of fact, as we got into the December timeframe, given really the confluence of weather events that we saw in October, and I touched on a bit of that in my opening, right? When you kind of go through, and the chief talked about it as well, right? The 5 years of drought, the bark beetle, the massive rain, the heat, the fuel, and then those really extraordinary winds in October. As we continue to evolve, and we looked at that, we in fact we took almost 4,000 reclosers in the December time period we disabled. So yes.
You disabled 4,000 during
in the December event. We disabled 4,000, just shy of 4,000 of our reclosers across, and that was really we didn't limit it to Fire Map 2. Very similar to October, the December fire risks were high or extreme in 44 of the 48 counties that we serve. So it was really across just about our entire service territory.
And that's when you turned them.
And that's when we turned the reclosers off. Yes.
Now you talk about how do you only have 38 SCADA-capable reclosers in these areas if approximately 75% of the 7,700 line reclosures throughout your territory are equipped with SCADA. So that doesn't
seem
to make sense.
When we developed the pilot, we were in Fire Map 1. We took Fire Map 1. We took the top 10% risk in Fire Map 1. And that's what amounted to 38 reclosers. I can't recall how many total reclosers there are in Fire Map 1. I'd be guessing, but it's probably a ratio, so it's probably on the order of 300 or so. So we took the top 10% of the Fire Map 1 risk, and those are the ones that we piloted to ensure that there were no unintended consequences.
So you did not just install those SCADA in 9 non-fire prone areas. You installed them throughout the system. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. The idea of I think you've answered that. Do you all? I guess the concern is when you de-energize a system. Is there a standard criteria that's used to do that? I mean, is it red flag fire warning time? Is it certain humidity conditions or weather related? How is that determined, and is that something that should be a standardized criteria?
I'll start. I think there's opportunities to standardize. I think we're very similar, but for me, the devil's always in the detail. So I'm not going to say we're the same. I think we're similar, but I think this is absolutely an area where we could potentially standardize. And I think next week, even though we're really focusing on de-energizing circuits, you can really think about taking a recloser out of service as a step in that direction, because 70% of the faults on a system are intermittent in nature. So you have the recloser operates and then it closes, and 70% of the time the fault is gone and power is restored. And so when you take that recloser out of service, you're really saying that 70% of the time I'm taking the circuit away. I'm blacking out those communities, and there's public safety risk that goes along with that, right? We know hospitals and fire departments and homes for elderly and sick, communication towers. So it is a complex decision to make, and I think our processes are pretty close. But I think there's an opportunity to work even closer together and develop a standard on that. I agree with that, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Mr. Harrington, anything?
Yeah, no, I just would want to reiterate that the standards development I think is helpful. It's a form of collaboration. It's a way we can all ensure that we're pursuing best practices. Recognizing the point was made earlier that all the systems are a little bit different and may have different, I would say, technical needs at the end of the analysis. But I think the things that go into the analysis I would say, foundational conditions that you look at about when you de-energize or when you take a recloser out of automatic mode so it doesn't reclose. There should be some, I'd say, consistency in how we think about coming to those determinations.
And Mr. D'Agostino?
From our experience working through the emergency operations where this has been required, one observation I've noticed being there is that no two events tend to be exactly the same. Winds are from different directions, winds are spread over different areas, so it becomes a very dynamic decision-making process would be the thing I would want to share to that, which would be the only consideration when looking at setting criteria. I think you find that there's many factors that come into play in a decision like that.
So you're saying basically, I guess, just to paraphrase it, it would be difficult to establish a set standard or protocol or procedure that everyone would follow because there could be just a nuanced change in some form of humidity or conditions that would not maybe trigger it, but should.
Yes, sir. I mean, an example could be if there is a major fire burning up north and all wildfire resources have been deployed out of the region. I mean, there's there become lots of decisions. So yes, that's what we're saying.
So, Senator Hill, just if I could add, there are so many similarities between the recloser operation and public safety shutoffs, or however we characterize a preemptive shutoff where we actually de-energize a circuit. I think in that case, again, the foundational comment I made would stand, but I also would say that those are very different, and a number of the conditions that you look at ultimately are supported by boots on the ground, people observing what's happening and making judgments that inform a final decision to de-energize a circuit preemptively. Unlike a recloser, I think a recloser you could establish some level of consistency in standards and settings and technologies you deploy, but making a decision to de-energize a circuit preemptively based on some issues on the ground, I think what feeds into that will ultimately look like more general criteria. Have you considered fuel loading, wind direction, nature of the circuits, the impact in the area? So there's a number of things that ultimately will feed into that decision.
I completely agree, and I was probably too definitive in talking about standards, right? It really is probably more like guidelines, right? But it's the consistency piece I think is important.
Yeah, that would be good, and I appreciate that. I have no further questions, and if you have nothing else to offer in this, thank you very, very much. Appreciate the work you're doing to improve the system so that we can prevent what occurred this last year and not see it again in the future. So thank you for that good work.
Thank you very much, Senator Hill,
today and your willingness to testify and add to the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now open this back up to any members of the public who would like to make a comment or two. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes, please. It's been a long morning and early afternoon. So, sir, you were the first there. So if you'd like, please. Thank you for being here and your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Snyder, I'm a Santa Rosa resident, evacuee, and I'm also a registered professional forester here in California and representing the Society of American Foresters within the state. Certainly a lot of the concerns we have over this issue relate to community safety and fuel treatment. And the investor-owned utilities clearly have a role in that in terms of their ability to assist in siting biomass plants. If we look at a ton of biomass and how that moves through the plant, it takes about 8,000 tons on an annual basis to generate 1 megawatt of energy. So if we think about looking at how we have proceeded with this process, we've been losing our capacity to utilize biomass. We failed to get a capacity that's been authorized through 1122 on the board, and we can't afford to let that continue to happen. In fact, we need to think about expanding those into areas close to communities where hauling distances for biomass would be 25 to 30 miles. Every megawatt we lose 600 acres of treatment possibility. And if we think about 1122 with 50 megawatts of potential biomass power, that's essentially almost 30,000 acres a year, that for each year we delay in getting that capacity on the landscape, we lose the capacity to provide for community safety. And I think the committee needs to keep thinking about that as you look at this entire problem, because it is disappointing, to say the least, that after 5 years there's not been a power purchase agreement under 1122. And I find that unacceptable. Hopefully you do as well. And we need to figure out how to do that. And we need to recognize that as we look at California, much of this is going to fall within the PG&E area in terms of potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will look into that. I think you've raised some good points today, so thank you, Mr. Schneider. Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bob Kagan. I was for 30 years an attorney at the Public Utilities Commission. I worked on the San Bruno gas explosion, the record-keeping portion of the case. What I wanted to say is two things, Senator Hill. The people of California and of Santa Rosa in particular have a great deal to gain by an effective and complete commission investigation of the fires. And conversely, they have a great deal to lose by an ineffective and incomplete investigation. And I am afraid that there is a real possibility for an incomplete and ineffective investigation unless the legislature makes certain that such an investigation will not occur. We know that the commission investigation of the fires in Butte County was an inadequate and incomplete investigation of a terrible fire that killed 2 people and was caused by a gray pine not being properly taken care of and cut. And you have every reason to expect better from the commission in this investigation. My other quick point is all the global warming things must be taken into account, but this particular event was not a result of global warming. There is no factor here that hasn't been known for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And thank you very much for your long tenure and service with the state, for the state of California. Much appreciated in that. Thank you. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mimi Saradsky, and I'm here on behalf of West Biofuels, based in Woodland, California. West Biofuels is developing distributed scale forest biomass projects to convert wood and forest waste to energy. One of the requirements of the governor's emergency order on tree mortality was for the CPUC to accelerate interconnection for forest biomass projects in high wildfire hazard zones. Getting these projects connected to the grid is one of the biggest barriers to new forest biomass projects. The governor's tree mortality task held 2 meetings last year to address interconnection costs and found that PG&E was inflating the costs to connect these projects to the grid by an average of nearly $1 million per project. For a single West Biofuels project, PG&E acknowledged that its original estimate for interconnection cost was $2.7 million higher than necessary, $2.7 million. Thanks to the governor's office and the tree mortality task force, PG&E found huge cost savings for 5 other forest bioenergy projects as well. Given this and the urgency of getting new forest bioenergy facilities built, you would think that the CPUC would more actively review PG&E's interconnection cost estimates or set some guidelines for interconnection costs or do something to avoid millions of dollars in unnecessary costs that will be passed on to ratepayers. You would be wrong. The CPUC has done nothing to accelerate interconnection for forest biomass projects. which is required by the Governor's Emergency Order and SB 840, or to reduce interconnection costs. So interconnection remains one of the biggest hurdles to developing new forest biomass facilities that are desperately needed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments, and we have heard loud and clear the biomass issue today, and I appreciate the reinforcement of that. Thank you. Ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Deborah Taveras. I remind everybody that PG&E is currently in criminal probation for what occurred in San Bruno with the gas explosion. I also want to let everyone know that PG&E has pulled weather-modifying permits in Northern California for cloud seeding. They do far more than cloud seed. Much of the destruction of the trees is as a result of the aerosol spraying from those weather controls that Rothschild is engaged in. The dead trees and the opportunity to increase forest management as a result of creating dead trees is a very interesting money-making opportunity. I also want to bring your attention to the fact that there has been a slash and squirt program going on in Mendocino County, in Humboldt County, and part of Sonoma County, where the Fisher family in San Francisco, who bought hundreds of thousands of acres from a lumber company, has been killing the tan oak trees and leaving them dead to stand and die. Okay, and there has been no legislation to require that the Fisher family remove millions and millions of trees that they've killed. And the fire departments up there on record at the Board of Supervisors have expressed concern. The Fisher family in turn offered an evacuation route to those Northern California communities that will likely get burned out in the fires that will start there.
Okay, ma'am, I did allow you to speak the second time, and because I did not think we had other speakers, so thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, and I did make notes of what you said, so thank you.
I appreciate you're giving me a second opportunity at the idea that we have public comment.
Yes,
that's very interesting. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
John Mock, Sebastopol.
John, I'm sorry, I can't see from here.
This was first suggested to me actually by a member of the Yuccomas Volunteer Fire Department, and also who is also an electrical engineer, and presented to us by Southern California Electric as current best practice. And that is that we should require disabling of automatic fault resettings during red flag warnings outside of urbanized areas. It's plain and simple. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you very much for those comments. Anyone else care to make some comments during our close and public comment period? Seeing no one. Well, I would just like to take thank everyone for coming today, being part of this conversation and this discussion, and those who were most affected by the fires, and sharing your thoughts with the subcommittee. I think we learned a lot today. I think we gained a lot of insight. I think we have enough information to move forward with some improvements to the fire risk management in California. We have a Public Utilities Commission that I believe is working hard, wants to do the right thing. There's been a definite change in culture over the last few years, and I have good confidence that working together with them, we can make the changes that are necessary. I think we've seen today, what we've seen are a host of responses to what considered wildfire prevention, such as weather forecasting, mapping, and the adoption of new technologies. It's not clear to me that all of the utilities have fully explored the necessary changes to improve fire safety performance. But it's also not clear to me that the PUC has done everything it can to improve utility fire safety, and I think they recognize that as well. They certainly seem to be moving in the right direction. The recent MOU with CAL FIRE, as well as enhanced wildfire mitigation oversight, suggests this direction, and it's a good one. I stress urgency. I stress urgency because California's communities can't wait another decade for updated fire safety rules. They have to be done soon, and they have to be done in a way to protect the state and the community. I again want to thank the City of Santa Rosa and a few individuals, Carlene Reddish with Senator McGuire's staff, Julie Guzzi with the City of Santa Rosa was very helpful, and our subcommittee consultant, Laura McWilliams, who was outstanding in preparation of the material and for facilitating this, and Leslie Guevara, our communications director, for all of her help, and Miller Saltzman, our intern, who was running around doing a lot of the work today. So thank you all very much for being here. Thanks for the staff and all of the support we received, and this hearing's adjourned. Thank you.